No passing notes. If you're going to behave that way, you're going to have to stand up here and say it in front of the class. So, this is my prop. What is the point of tying a rock on a helium balloon? And that certainly is the purpose of a helium balloon, isn't it? To be held down. That's why we went and filled this balloon with helium, because we didn't want it to float. Seems a tad pointless, doesn't it? Other than for some weird human purpose, which is to have something that floats but won't go away. That's about the only thing, huh? But if you kind of look at this, this sort of defeats the purpose of the balloon, doesn't it? Do you agree or not? If that balloon is your state of being, tell me what the rock is. And if you're going to tell me loud enough that I can actually hear you.
Self.
Obstruction to being.
Huh?
The obstruction to being.
Which might be. God, that's vague.
Personality.
Do you really think you've answered the question when you say something vague like that? The obstruction to being. It sounds like the title of a book that someone might explain later. Doesn't it? The Obstruction to Being by Rizhnach. Well, I have something very specific in mind. You probably won't guess it. Doesn't mean you're wrong. But I do have something very specific in mind that has come to the attention you're completely, 100% ignoring. That rock is your hatred. Would you explain to me how something can rise in state when you hold it down with hatred? How is that going to happen? Anybody home?
It isn't. So you have to observe it and then learn to learn from it. Learn to love everything.
A very long time ago, it was recommended that one look at the greatest of burdens that mankind carries. So I decided to use a rock to symbolize it. You all carry an invisible weight. It's called everything that everybody did to hurt you. Isn't that right? You never forget it. It's with you everywhere you go, isn't it? We were asked to look at it as the AR list. In case you don't know what that is in business, that is the list of all the people that you have invoiced and they owe you money because they haven't paid their invoice yet. I certainly have one of those. Otherwise, I won't know if somebody didn't pay me money. So we go through it every now and again, and if people haven't paid for a while, we give them a call and say, hey, you know, we did this for you, and now you owe us money. What's up? It's called accounts receivable, isn't it? The things I am waiting to receive and haven't yet. It has come to the attention. You didn't do that. You did not see any purpose in going back to all these things that you hold against the universe and everybody in it, and have since you were this high, and decided that perhaps you didn't want to carry that burden anymore, and then you come here and say, I would like to be conscious, and I would like to be in a higher state of being. Oh, that rock? Oh no, don't look at that rock. That rock is not there. How is that going to happen? That you're going to get into a higher state while carrying this ridiculous burden around with you everywhere you go. One of the things that has puzzled for quite a period of time is just, what's stopping you? I can't figure it out. What is stopping you? And this is what came up recently. I bet if I walk into that room in Houston and talk about AR, nobody is going to say, oh, you're wrong, I did that. It don't look like you folks are too serious about this game. That balloon is not going to go anywhere carrying a rock. It's not going to happen. I hope that's really clear. It'll just sit there wherever I plunk it down. Every time I pick up and move it, you see? Wherever I put it, that's just where it's going to stay. Doesn't have to. Take the rock off, it could sort of roam on its own, huh? As much as the balloon could do such a thing. I know it's still at the diversity of air. But you get the point. It ain't going nowhere. It's tied down. Got a rock on it. So you tell me how serious you can be about all this stuff when you hear about an idea like that and don't even want to check it out. It's just like a pose that you want to put on. You know, wait for a camera to flash while you're in the student pose. I don't understand how anyone could think that's going to happen. If they can carry around a burden like that and float free. So I thought maybe this would give a nice graphical demonstration to the idea. It ain't going to happen. It just isn't going to happen. Year after year after year. Same old upsets, huh? I just don't understand. Why are people like that? a 15-year-old calling me every now and again. That's her favorite question. I've gotten a little tired of it after a while. For some reason, as soon as I explain why somebody did some really terrible thing, she feels a little better. She says, thank you very much. And then calls me the next time some terrible thing happened so I can make her feel better with an explanation. It's getting a little old. The last time she did it, I just don't understand why they did that. I said to her, oh, I don't know, why don't you tell me why you do it, and then I probably won't have to answer the question. What do you mean? I said, just what I meant. You're going to tell me you've never done that? Well, yeah. Okay, why'd you do it? If you'd answer that question, why did I do it, you would sure know why they do it, huh? But sitting here in this pose, I never do stuff like that, but look what they do to me. I'm getting a little old. I was told when I was studying all this stuff that if I would study the self, I would know all selves. And I really wouldn't have to wonder why anyone did anything anymore. I would know why I did it, and it was probably about the same reason. Not letter for letter, huh? But that's part of dealing with all that blaming, isn't it? How can I blame you for the exact same thing that I do? How can I do that? How can I blame you for being just like me? In the sense that you do things the same way as I do. Every time I saw somebody doing something that didn't make sense to me, it just kind of went rummaging around in the head until I found that urge inside myself. And sure enough, it was there. Even if I'd never acted on it, I could find it and understand why a person, basically how a person could justify such a bizarre thing, okay? Do you know what the consequences of carrying all those grievances around with you from the time you arrived until 10 minutes ago? You probably just set up another one.
You don't move, you just stay put.
I can list some very specific symptoms. You're suspicious. After all, you've been mistreated for years and no one has ever tried to make up for it. So you're suspicious. Everybody who comes along, you sort of look at them and say, okay, what are you going to do to me? I know it's going to be something. Everybody has so far. If you haven't yet, I guess you're just picking your time. You're just waiting for the time when it'll devastate me the most. You don't feel that's come up yet. You're nervous. You walk around in a constant state of nervousness, more or less. For the same reason. You've got this general overall anxiety, fear. When's it going to happen next? I know it's going to happen again. Somebody's going to come along and mistreat me at any moment. I just know it's going to happen. Has for years. Every time I turn around, I get mistreated. Nobody ever tries to make it right afterwards. Otherwise, why would everybody still owe me so much if they made it right? Some people, literally, you can see the weight on them, can't you, when they walk? That's how they walk, isn't it? Like they got a load on their back. You know how much aging comes from this?
All of it.
Maybe. From the stress, the walking around all the time in that weird defensive posture. I know you're going to attack me. You're just waiting for the best time. And then all the stress of worrying about why won't anybody ever make amends and take care of these things. And like I say, you pretty much determined your state of being. I do not understand how you can get away from that for maybe more than a brief, short moment. And I do believe, after having watched folks for a while, that they do not see this as a burden or as a rock that holds them down, a load that weighs them down, you see. They see it as their greatest treasure. Because God help them if they ever actually manage to collect on this stuff. Think how rich they're going to be. And it justifies all of everything they do. Why shouldn't I be nasty? Look what's been done to me. Why shouldn't I do this? Look what's been done to me. It's your excuse for every single thing that you ever do. You don't want to get rid of it. I really don't think you want to. It was certainly discussed. Hey, why don't you chuck that thing? We even went so far as to say this is the one idea in the teaching that it is recommended that you sit down and make a project out of and go through your whole damn history here. Everything else you can do in this moment. This one, I wouldn't wait that long. I wouldn't wait for it to pop up and get reminded of. That's kind of hard with people who are long dead. And you're still carrying around things that are owed to you by people who have died. Are now planted under the ground or turned into little ashes. They still owe you. I don't know how they're going to pay you. Do you get what's going on here? It's very difficult to take this situation seriously. I want to be conscious. I want to know about all these interesting ideas. I want to be free. And I refuse to give up this burden. Because somebody may decide to pay up their bill tomorrow. I sure don't want to forget that they owe me. You see, if I forget that they owe me, then I might not be on the defensive when they come at me to attack again. And I've got to be in this ready state, waiting for an attack so that when it happens, I can defend myself. That's the way I want to live. Okay, then you don't want anything to do with the stuff we talk about here. Nothing, 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 nothing. You don't care whether your awareness is ever pure or not. Clearly. What could contaminate it more? How many ideas could contaminate it more than the idea that I am a miserable, mistreated victim? And life owes me. How serious could you be about cleaning the awareness out and leave that impurity in there? You think that's spotless before God's eyes? Who is kind of the arbiter of purity, don't you think? The maker. I guess he knows what should have gone in there. What would be pure if it were there or not there, huh? You really think that that's his point of view? You're pure if you get rid of everything but the idea that everybody owes you because they treat you like dirt. You can keep that, it's okay. That's not an impurity. It's very difficult to believe that we're serious, having seen. Okay, I not only think that people just don't care, and when you point out that it would be really nice that if they discover a way to get rid of this stuff, they just ignore you. But then look and say, you know what, I don't think you did ignore me. I think you rejected the information because you actually want to keep this stuff. You think this is what makes you you or something. All your grievances, all your hurts, all your pains, all your hatred, all your mistreatments. It would seem to me that this would be the first thing a person would want to get rid of. Why would you want to carry that for the rest of your life? I don't understand. I honestly don't understand. What are you going to do with it? I'll tell you one thing, I don't carry an invoice on the books for 40 years. At a certain point, it changes, and it is no longer an invoice. It's called a bad debt. And I write it off and no longer expect to get paid. And if the money ever arrives, I will be quite surprised and have a little bookkeeping to do, put it back on the books so I can take it off again as paid. Because I already took it off. I decided it was a bad debt. That just doesn't happen. If people don't pay for 40 years and then suddenly say, oh, we just discovered a 40-year-old invoice from you, Phil. Your company, would you like it paid? Are you serious? Truth is, one of the reasons that we monitor the AR at the company is to see if we're getting unhappy customers. Part of it is because I want the money, of course. But all the ones that are pleased with us, they pay. So we monitor it because it gives us an early warning that we're upsetting one of the folks we do business with, and we probably need to call them to find out what the problem is. Every now and again, it's for some other reason, of course. But also every now and again, that's what it is. And it's just an early warning. They don't want to pay anymore because they're not happy with us. And we need to rectify the situation. In business, that makes a certain amount of sense. Does that really make sense in your life? To carry that around? Are there any questions or comments? I mean, I kind of feel like I dropped a bombshell or something in the room, like everybody's just sitting here in stunned silence. Well, I mean, then who was doing all this stuff? Somebody had to have decided not to do this. This is one of the things that needs to be done. clear to this one. How come that idea wasn't something one jumped with joy at? You mean, I get to chuck all this stuff? I don't have to hate my mother anymore? I don't have to hate my brother anymore? I don't have to hate my first grade teacher anymore? I don't have to do that? I can get rid of that stuff? There is a way? Why do you want to keep that stuff? You really like that? Carrying around for the rest of your life everything that was ever done wrong to you? Lest you forget? We're just playing here. We really are just playing here. You can't claim to be studying consciousness and awareness and growth and expansion while carrying around the wing. It's just too big a contradiction. So, from this one's point of view, it's not just necessary to maybe decide to do something about this, rectify the situation. I think it's necessary to answer the question, what was I doing that I let this happen? What's going on that I let this happen? That I heard about something like, let's check this. Let's forget how much we hate things, how hurt we are, how upset we are, how damaged we've been. Let's forget it. And I didn't want to. I just couldn't see anything of value in that. Because I kind of have a suspicion that if we don't see what that obstruction is, it's just going to stay there and show up in some other aspect of the teaching that's just as essential as cleaning out the heart is. Because that is what this is about. Cleaning out the heart. That's where all this is carried. I wonder how many books some of you have read about having a clean heart, and how wonderful it is to walk around with an open heart all the time. And then you leave that crap in there. Your justification for hatred. You leave that in the heart and say, look, it's clean. It kind of reminds me of the midpoint of Poltergeist 2. I think that's what the movie was. Or that funny lady pronounces the place clean until a little while later, the girl announces, they're back! So I guess we didn't really clean the joint after all, huh? What you think? Yeah.
I've been thinking about that. I think the best thing I've gotten out of this whole thing is when you feel something strong like that, like something really gets you, it's a message from a hidden part of yourself, and it's a good thing because you can, if you observe it without, blaming and justifying and, feeling good or feeling bad about it. If you just look at it, you'd be able to track it down and see some assumption you've made about the way things are that you believed in, and then you can see that it's obviously false, and then you can, when you wrap yourself around it, suddenly doesn't grab you anymore.
How long do you expect to live?
Well, I'm enjoying it. That's what
You're avoiding the question, too.
don't know. That's the most important thing I've gotten out of this is it seems like everything is rational.
You're still, apparently you don't want to hear what I have to say. So.
I do, pardon me.
If I expected someone to program my computer for me based on random chance, that they just sort of do it when they damn well please, I don't think I would get a program very fast. It is a directed activity. I really appreciate the inspiration and intuition when it comes, because it comes in that just like any other activity I'm involved in. But I still think I need to sort of sit down and do it as a directed activity.
I think what I'm saying is that
I think I heard what you said.
okay.
I think you're not listening to me. I think you've demonstrated that quite clearly, because I interjected something and you just went right on like it never happened.
No, I did hear
No,
you.
yeah, you did.
And my point
Yeah,
is
and
that
then you chose to ignore it and do what you wanted instead. So my input is apparently of no value.
then maybe I don't understand.
I have no quarrels with what you say.
Mm-hmm.
What I don't understand is...
I just want to make sure that you understand what I'm saying.
Sure,
So
I must have misunderstood you if I disagree with you.
I was commenting on the point you make about it being a directed activity, and the directed activity that I do is when you like hate, when you see your own hatred of things. If you can pay attention to it and then track it down, then you realize, no, you don't know how the universe ought to be. And if you were to get your way, things would be probably pretty horrible if you really did get what you thought. And so that's...
Why do you imagine that I didn't understand this?
Then I don't understand the comment. It seems
Precisely.
like that's
and you are
my
not going to understand the comment by repeating yourself as though you were misunderstood. That activity will not work.
Then what's the directed activity that you're referring to? Because I thought that was directed activity, observing until you see.
Please don't repeat it yet
it.
again.
Well, then what's the directed activity?
Why does everything have to be about I'm right or I'm wrong?
I'm just trying to understand. I was trying to follow that point.
I find that very hard to believe when your method of trying to understand, as you call it, is to tell me what you meant over and over again. How can you possibly try to understand what another person meant by telling them what you meant over and over and over again?
Well, I wanted to make sure.
I think your words sound really sensible, and they call your behavior makes a lie out of them. I don't do that. When I don't understand what another person says, I do not tell them what I said over and over again. I sort of figure that if they didn't understand what I said, they'll ask me, just like I'm doing them. I just don't do that, because I think it's nonsense. I don't see how I will ever understand another person by telling them things. I need input from them.
But so what's the directed activity?
An awful lot of them have been listed, Mark. When I want to understand this stuff, I begin with studying the self. I watch it and I watch it and I watch it. I use the teaching ideas to help understand what I'm seeing. And I learn to disidentify from it. Another thing, there's just a joke around here. We use the word, but we don't do the activity. At this point, I can move a little faster. Once I can disidentify from the self, and get a little bit out of the subjective state, just a little bit out. So perhaps I can get some accurate data, which I simply cannot do when I'm identified with the self. All information goes through the self, and as it goes through the self, it is so distorted, and so bunged up, and so changed, and so modified, and edited, and clipped. Most of it is thrown away. What little is given to me has been so changed, I don't even know what the heck is going on anymore. What can I possibly learn while I'm identified with the self? It's just always right. We just, in this one's opinion, saw a really good example of that. It's always right. It's always misunderstood. If you didn't agree with me, you must have misunderstood me. Let me explain it yet again, yet again, yet again. I need to get out of that dream, that subjective state a little bit, so I start to disidentify, see if I can get some information. It isn't so distorted. And then I can start to study. And I'm not just a student of the self anymore. Now I can be a student of the teaching ideas themselves. And I begin an activity that will take me a considerable period of time. I take every single idea I've been given and I look for it in every second of the day until I get to the point where I see the teaching all the time, where the ideas are not ideas to me anymore. I've either proven them wrong and thrown them away, they're now my truth. And then perhaps one day I can move on to another phase of this whole thing. I simply don't have time. I suspect, perhaps I'm wrong. I don't have time to wait for life to bring everything to me. He's not exactly a servant. I think he's got a lot of things to do, and while he will bring wonderful things my way, I don't think his job is to do it 24 hours a day. I don't see why I can't put a little effort into it myself. So one of the directed activities is checking the AR list. That's quite an effort. It requires going back through all those grievances and writing them off. Just if I had to write off all the stuff on the books, it would take me a little while. I got to go through it and clear it out and so on and so forth. I got to identify what the receivable is. I got to see that it is a bad debt. It's just not going to get paid. And to be blunt, in the case of the receivables we're talking about here in the human heart, it wasn't even a debt in the first place because you weren't even mistreated. And you don't know that. I don't think one of you has ever taken that statement, no one can mistreat me, and said, I need to find out if that's true. How much of my life is justified by knowing that people can mistreat me and have and will again? So if that's the case, if people don't mistreat me, I kind of need to know. It would change everything, wouldn't it, if that's the case? How much of the life is touched by that idea? I have been mistreated. I have been misunderstood. No one understands me. No one even tries. And so on and so on. I don't see anything wrong with what you said, Mark. I just wouldn't rely on it. It's too slow. I don't have that much time. A lot of other things that need to be done and looked into. I'd like to do it while I still have enough animation left in this body that one day I'll kind of know this stuff and be aware of it and have a few years left to do something with it. Kind of like somebody who spends their entire lifetime amassing a fortune and then drops dead the day they finally get it, and or say, okay, I finally have enough money to do that stuff I wanted to do. That's the day they drop dead. I don't want to do that. So, light gave me the ability to sort of work at things and produce results from effort. I thought maybe I might add that to his little game. He's working at it his way, I'll work at it my way. We'll see what we get done. Of the two, I suspect his contribution is the greater. But what's that got to do with it? While that's probably true, that my efforts at working don't produce a whole heck of a lot compared to incredible things that life does. You really think life is going to continue to do those incredible things if I stop saying I want it? And that's the one thing that my constant work produces. A steady stream of true and valuable to life that says, this is the thing that I want. This is what matters to me in life. I have found what I am going to do for a period of time. So, it's probably the greatest of the results of my work. Probably doesn't do things like AR. That's something I can certainly do. I've been given the tools to do that, to go through and get all that stuff and pull it back up again and take a look at it and see if I can chuck it. Okay. That's work that I can certainly do that produces a tremendous result. An awful lot of the rest of it, there's a whole lot I can do. But the work that I do does that one thing. It says, you know, when I told you I wanted to do this, I clearly meant it because I am. Day after day after day, moment after moment, and he takes it seriously. I think he really meant it when he said this is his truth. If I don't do that, and I say, you know, I'd really like to be conscious with feeling. And then 2 seconds on later, I'm saying, but they owe me. But I'm being mistreated. I want to go and get an ice cream cone. I want to do this. I want to do that. I mean, even the heck with all the other stuff, you know, just, you're an honorable day. moving from whim to whim as they sort of just pop up and bite you on the nose because you're identified with everything. How seriously is it going to take you that that's what you want to do when your attention is on it for about 2 minutes every few hours? How seriously would you take someone under those conditions? Can you imagine if you had a housekeeper that worked that way? Hey, I need my house clean. Oh, well, I do that for a living. I do it 2 minutes every 4 hours. You do realize that I can make a mess faster than that, right? How is this supposed to work? Oh, believe me, I can make more of a mess than you can clean up 2 minutes in every 4 hours, huh? How is this supposed to work? I do suspect I've had employees that work that way. They don't last very long. Because I don't believe them when they say they want the job. You get it? That is the greatest thing that comes of my work. It is a constant, ongoing declaration that I meant what I said, isn't it? If nothing else comes of it, and there are other things, but if nothing else came of it but that would make it worth doing. And there are other things that come of it. I can, of my own labors, do that little thing of trying to prove a thing wrong, and observing it and watching it in action. I can certainly do that. I don't really see how I can expect life to do that for me. I got the teaching ideas, but I think I need to decide for myself whether they're true from my own effort, because I got to be able to see them all the time. Not just try and apply them. It has to become the way I see things. Because a lot of stuff just happens too fast to sit down and do it by logic and thought and all that kind of stuff. And I can certainly do that, can't I? Anything else sort of pop up here? You gotta use a little judgment, Mark. When you're talking to a group of people, you can't talk to absolutely everyone on a specific subject in that group. And stop being defensive because you think something didn't apply to you. And don't give me that bullshit about I'm misunderstanding you again. I don't want to hear it. You may be right. I don't know. But I'm just suggesting something to you. And of course you want to tell me your point of view. You can't do that, in my opinion. I used to sit in a room like this, and I would occasionally hear something directed at the group, and I would say, well, that one went right by me. It has nothing to do with me. So, why would I expect the speaker not to do otherwise? Okay, that one had nothing to do with me. I guess somebody in the room needed to hear it. I don't mind sitting here for a few seconds till he gets back to things that are useful to me. Don't defend yourself against every damn thing that goes by. Maybe it wasn't even intended for you. But I'm still left with, I know some of you are fairly new here, so clearly some of the remarks just aren't about you. But some of you ain't. And those remarks were directed at you. Now, in my opinion, you know, 2, 3, 4 years is still new. But you've been hanging around here year after year after year, and you don't see any reason to actually cleanse the heart. I really mean what I said. I gotta ask what the hell you're doing. It just doesn't make sense to me. So for the rest of you, all I can say is look around and go the other way from what you see going on here. Whatever they're doing, don't follow them. They're not going anywhere you want to go. And if you do follow them, then I guess it's directed at you too. Any comments? I forgot one of my symptoms, didn't I? Constant defensiveness. That's another one of the symptoms of carrying around this burden. Constant defensiveness. Everything is an attack. Let's take a break. About lunchtime. I think we can make this a short session anyway. There's no point in moving on to reminding you what there is one can do about the grievances you carry around the AR list when you don't even know what this identification is. I don't know how you're going to see any of this stuff well identified with the self. I don't think you know what this identification is. That is a conclusion that I've arrived at from. Perhaps I'm wrong, but that is the way it looks from here. I don't think you know what it is. Self-observation. Yeah, sort of got a little bit of a handle on it. I don't see a lot of activity on that subject, but you at least got a handle on it. That one you can kind of get the idea of, huh? Unfortunately, too much of it just turns, because you don't disidentify, it just turns into the same old introspection everybody always does, where one not-eye whines about what a bunch of other not-eyes are doing, huh? And that is not self-observation, you know. Self-observation is just seeing what the self is doing. It really, the minute you get into judgment, it has ended. You are now identified with one not-eye that is making fun of some others. It's not observation anymore. It's just that same activity that they've been doing since pretty much you made the third decision, huh? One group of them talks about what idiots the rest of them are. Okay. A few years back, for some reason, we started using a new term for a very, very ancient idea. The term is disidentification. It's just a word. And I do think it was partly done because the word that had been used for thousands of years had become so destroyed by everybody's opinion of what it meant that it was shunned. But whatever word is used, you're going to have to do a little bit of work. It's not going to be immediately obvious what's being discussed. You get it? What the subject of that word is. We can use any word we like. We could start call it flamboing if we wanted to, and just make up a whole new word for it, you see. But you got to find out what the subject of the word is. And it is not immediately obvious to someone who is locked in a trance state of being every thought and feeling and sensation that runs through the body. You got to work at it a little bit to get this idea. The word is not the thing, period. But I'm going to remind you of what the old word was, just because I think you've really missed the boat. The old word was to renounce the self. It's called renunciation, which is a very fancy word for I deny the thing. And that is an active effort. You get it? To deny something requires work. When we have these weird conversations that happen all the time around here, when Phil says something you don't like, you got to work at denying it, don't you? You don't just sit there and passively say, oh, he's an idiot, and that's that. Oh, no. Your mouth opens up and you start spouting the most interesting crap imaginable. You got to work at keeping that out, don't you? Denying it. You got to change the subject and obfuscate and do all sorts of things, don't you? That is not a passive effort. And that's what disidentification is. A thought comes along and you say, I deny that that is my thought. Now, I tried to get that across by saying you look at everything and say that is not me. It's not working. You're not getting it. You've got to actually do that. You don't necessarily have to say the words, although I suspect in the beginning you really do. You're so addicted to thought. I think that's the only way it's going to work in the beginning, is if you actually repeat those damn words in your head. That isn't me! But the real idea is I deny the self. I deny that I have ever been that it has a damn thing to do with me. I deny it and all that it owns. Personally, I own nothing. All things that it appears that I owned are owned by the self, not me. It has feelings, not me. It has thoughts, not me. I don't own those things. I may use them on occasion. It has clothes, not me. I'm more than happy to use its clothes. Partly because I think they're neat, and partly because you get so upset if I don't. If I'm going to upset you, it's going to be about something a little bit more important than whether I got clothes on or not. It don't seem worth the effort. I don't have a car. It does. I don't have a house. It does. It's more than welcome to own all that stuff. I don't care. It is useful, and I get to use all the stuff it owns, okay? I deny that that has anything to do with me. I deny the self. You ain't doing that. You just are not doing that. If anything, you've turned this identification into, now I own this thing that I have to make the most important thing in my life because it's the source of all my difficulties, huh? And I swear to God, that is the attitude. Oh, finally someone came along and told me the source of all my difficulties in life. And now you're busy owning that. You're not denying it, renouncing it, ceasing to claim it. All of these words that have been used to kind of make it clear what this activity is. I deny that that thought is mine. It belongs to the self. It is the self trying to con me into something one more time. It uses my own memories against me, my own experiences against me, and tries to con me into doing some weird, bizarre thing yet again. And I deny that that has anything to do with me. That's what it is, a state of denial. Now you guys are really good at denial. You really should be really good at this. Except, again, clearly, you don't want to apply that remarkable ability you have to deny all sorts of things against this, do you? So I think you kind of willfully misunderstood this one. I don't think it's as hard as you claim it is. The thing that makes it difficult is just remembering to do it. I certainly know that when you're in the deteriorated state that you folks are in at this point in time, it is easy to forget to do it, okay? But I don't think it's tough to get the idea. I think you just decided you didn't want to do it. That you preferred to have a problem and fix that problem. But you're not addressing, as far as I'm concerned, the real issue. Your big difficulty is that you won't get out of a hypnotic trance. And you want to go on and do the things that a clear objective awareness might be able to do without actually having a clear objective awareness. What you have is a trance where you believe every single lie that was ever told to you. And distort reality to fit that weird lying picture that you've got. I suspect your experience was similar to mine, and when you arrived here, you were greeted by a lot of people who told you that the purpose of living was to gain non-disturbance. That was certainly my experience everywhere I went. I asked people, what's going on here? That was kind of a big question for me when I was quite small. What's going on here? I'm a tad confused. I find all this stuff going on here a bit confusing. I need some help. What's going on here? And that's the answer I got over and over again. What's going on here is we're all trying to be happy. We're trying to get to this state of existence where we won't be bothered anymore. We won't be bugged. We'll have nice things all the time, and all the bad things will not be there. And we have a bunch of plans on how to get here. Let us tell you our plans. First off, you have to find the right person to share this activity with. It's very hard to do all by yourself. And then you have to make little ones that you can train to do it for you. especially when you start to get old and decrepit. You need those you need those young, healthy folks feeling dependent on you. So they'll take care of you, and you can still do it when you're infirm. And that's one plan. And then there's another plan. You can go and get a really good education with whatever it turns out that your skill or talent in life is. And you can sell it to others, and if you can get something that they really want, then they'll give you gobs and gobs of these little green pieces of paper, at least in this country. And then you can go around amassing all the things that protect you from the disturbance of life, and you can build a fortress to live in. And you can live behind those walls, and then that'll work. You see, we have all these plans. Now, are you telling me that didn't happen to you? That isn't the answer that you got when you asked, what's going on here? This is a tad confusing. Now, I know that the answers weren't as clearly about the idea of this master decision as what I just said, but that was the answer, wasn't it? Everywhere you go, you ask people what's going on here, and you get the answer. We are all trying to achieve our purpose of living, which is to be non-disturbed. Is that not true? And that's the trance that you live in. You live in that dream. I know exactly how hard it is to question that. Because for some weird reason, I didn't buy it. I actually thought it sounded like the stupidest thing I'd ever heard. And I know that that is not what happens to most people. I had made the same decision my own self. I could see that I certainly was doing the same thing, and I still thought it was stupid. And I kept walking around saying to people, that's it? That's all that's going on here? Are you serious? That's it? Like, are you sure? Because that sounds like the dumbest thing I've ever heard, if that's all there is. I could take that as part of it. But that's the whole show? I'm just supposed to spend 80 years busting my butt to see if someday I can get happy? That's all? Who cares? How can you folks honestly believe that this is a worthwhile pursuit for a human being? I couldn't get it. I know how hard it is to question that. You're basically treated like you're cuckoo. How can you not see this? It is the most obvious thing in the world. How can you not understand what we're saying? What is wrong with you? That this doesn't make sense to you. That's the dream you live in. That this all makes sense, except, of course, you can't actually do it, can you? And there has to be an explanation for that, doesn't there? Everyone knows this is what life is about. How could it be wrong? So there has to be a reason why nobody can do it. Or almost nobody, anyway. We're convinced a few people actually succeed, aren't we? But most of us can't, so we got to have an explanation for it. And then you begin the endless litany of weird reasons why no one can actually achieve constant happiness. And by the time you're through explaining this, you live in the biggest illusion imaginable, because it started out with a lie, that a human being can actually achieve non-disturbance. Like I say, I know nobody calls it that when you're normally talking to folks. The most typical word that I hear is happy. I want a constant, ongoing state of happiness all of the time. And then you look and say, what would that be exactly? What does that word mean? And it means, I'm constantly titillated. Everything that happens just titillates me. Every sense I have is just constantly titillated. How the hell am I going to do that? In this world, how am I going to do that? How am I going to keep these little senses always tingling and saying, this is just so neat. How am I going to do that? I've just set up this game where I have to strive and strive and strive and strive and struggle and struggle and struggle, and I'm not allowed to win. Any of you ever played Monopoly? Not the world's shortest game, is it? When I was a kid, I liked the game. But I got to the point where anybody suggests it's like, oh, please, I just don't want to sit for hours moving those stupid little things around anymore. I just don't want to do it. Just to find out who the hell's going to get the most amount of money, It's like, I'm bored with this. Now, how'd you like to play a game of Monopoly where every time you get to the point where you own all the hotels on the thing, they'll vanish and you start over! Because that's the game you're playing, you dorks! I got to the point where I couldn't even sit through one more game just to find out who got the most hotels, okay? How would you like it if the game was like that? You finally get there, and you've got all the hotels, and you're sitting there gloating that no matter where anyone goes, they're going to have to pay you. And then, poof! They're all gone. Because that's the way life really is, isn't it, with titillation? You get it for a brief little moment, maybe that moment is even a few hours. And then it goes away, and you get to start all over again. Day in, day out. For a very long time, as it turns out. I can't even sit through a game of Monopoly, and I want to do that. Because unfortunately, I just found that while I enjoyed Monopoly, only for a while. And then, it just got a little tedious sitting there moving that thing around to see if you could land on something and buy this and see if you could get the, it's just like, it just got tedious. I'm sure there are some people who can play it hour after hour after hour, and they won't understand what I'm saying unless they apply it to whatever gets tedious for them to achieve the end result, okay? But Monopoly did it for me. If you could have done all that in 30 minutes, I probably would have paid, but I've never seen a Monopoly game that took less than 30 minutes, have you? It's just, for some reason, a very long game. Looks easy, but it's a long game, isn't it? Well, that's what you believe, that makes sense. Let's spend the rest of life doing that. Like I say, I can see that as a part of life. I can see putting some effort into that. But the whole thing, and we haven't even gotten into all the explanations for why I keep losing. How come I never get Park Place? How come it's always somebody else that gets Park Place, you see? I think that's what it was called. I must have said it right because everybody got what I'm saying. But then we got to have all these explanations for why I'm not getting it, you see. And you now live in this weird distortion of reality where you believe the most peculiar things. You got to get out of that. You can't do nothing there but just continue the same old stuff. You come here and you bring the world with you. I will remind you of the ideas that you have been indoctrinated with in order to achieve this state of non-disturbance, okay, which you have brought here into an environment where they are completely irrelevant, where you are actually asked to set them by the door and leave them outside. And now you're trying to pervert and mold this activity into a way to get what you've always been doing because you won't disidentify. You can't get out of this illusion. Does this make sense? So, the mechanism that people try to do that is they say that there are ideals. They actually exist. There is an ideal situation that if I could bring it about, then such and such would occur. And then I could actually have this state that I'm struggling to get to. All I have to do is destroy reality and turn it into the ideal. And then you can say, like many parents do to their kids, I'm doing this for your own good. I'm destroying you for your own good. Because I'm going to rebuild you into something better. Life is a constant game of improving things to get to that ideal. In other words, we have just flat out said life is a struggle. That's the way it is, that's the way it ought to be, that's the way we want it. We're going to struggle, 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 struggle until we get to this ideal place where I'm finally happy at least, 90% of the time. Maybe I can handle 10% unhappiness, but I sure can't handle the situation as it is where I get maybe 1% happiness. And that's life. Doesn't that just make you want to jump up and down for joy? 80 years of constant struggle to make everything into the perfect little utopia for you, where you're always happy. Fun, huh? You imagine an 80-year Monopoly game? I can't even take a 2-hour one anymore. I mean, the last time I was here, some folks tried to rope me into Monopoly, and I was just so glad when someone came along and got me out of it. I liked the people, and I hated to disappoint them. I really liked them, and I would have played the game just to give them that nice thing, okay? But God, I was glad when somebody got me out of it. And then I got to sit around constantly checking to see, do we have any of these at work? To see if I'm getting close. Are my efforts working? There's constant checking, huh? You're going to tell me that you don't do that? Constantly looking to see, did it work, did it work, did it work, did it work? Am I any closer? Am I getting any better? Are things improving? And every now and again you're so happy you see a sign of progress.
See if that works any better.
You're telling me that that's not going on? Oh, goody, I'm getting close. And then, of course, something, yes, that's great.
Not at all.
Then, of course, something comes along and disturbs the whole thing and shows that I haven't made any progress at all. Isn't that right? And I'm just so disappointed and hurt. I've got to find something to blame it on. Hey, there's the rules to the game. How you like them rules? This is what you want to do for your life, huh? And this is the distortion of reality that we walk in the door with, that we filter all these ideas through, and when we're asked to do something that would give us the hope, the chance, that we might be able to hear them, we just distort it into some bizarre activity. I don't even know what the heck folks do and call disidentification. Because you keep telling me you're doing it. I believe you're doing something. I'm not sure if what you're doing is looking at all the activity of the self and saying, I will not be that. I refuse. Because that's what a denial is, isn't it? I will not do this. I refuse. I deny that what was true 20 years ago has a damn thing to do with me today. I'm just not going to say that's me. It's a recording. And it distorts my perception of reality so that I believe that what happened 20 years ago is happening, as I love hearing people say, it's the same thing. No, it's not. It's only the same because you're stuck in a memory and you're distorting reality to fit. Because you're identified with that memory. I don't understand why you don't get that. And unfortunately, most of the memories that we get stuck in that way are not really a lot of fun, are they? Look, they're mistreating me the same way the last one did. How many times have you whined that one, David? Who wants to be stuck in that? Why would you not want to deny that? I don't get it. I don't want to do the same endless litany of unpleasant experiences over and over and over again. I thought you were supposed to be trying to get happy. This is the weirdest way of doing it I've ever seen. By repeating misery over and over and over again. But see, you got to do that. You got to identify the source of your unhappiness so you can do something about it. So you got to be watching all the time for what's preventing you from getting this thing, so you can do something about it. Okay? You got to get out of this. You just got to get out of this. It's a weird distortion of reality where one minor aspect of living has been made into the only part of the whole of life, you see. And then just the weirdest things are believed to support that lie. That one small part of life is the whole of life. And one of the weirdest of them is that people owe you for mistreating you. The one we talked about earlier today, okay? Now, I don't know. Perhaps you'll be able to get me to agree that I mistreated you. You're going to have trouble convincing me I owe you for it. And I know that annoys folks. You know why? Because I did it from the inside, and I know what was going on, and just about every time somebody comes and says, you mistreated me, I look back at that moment and I say, okay, yeah, I can kind of see how you probably didn't like what was going on, but you know what? From my point of view, it was an honest error. I really was not out to get you in that moment. I remember it. And sometimes it never even occurred to me in my wildest dreams it was going to even upset you. Sometimes it's things that I thought I was actually doing that were kind of neat. And it turns out you don't like them. You're going to have a lot of trouble convincing me that I owe you now. I know why I did it. I know what was going on. And I had no intention of mistreating you at the time. In business, that makes sense because we've made a rule up, you see, that says, I will do this in exchange for money. And so, yeah, you kind of owe me the money. I held up my end of the bargain. If you don't want to pay me, then it means we can't play this game because you won't play by the rules, and so I don't want to play with you anymore. I will continue to play the game because it works, in general, you see. What's that got to do with life? Did you make that agreement with every person you met? Because you do it in business. You sign contracts that specify what you're going to do and what they're going to give you in return if you're smart. Now, I know not everybody does that. They treat it like regular life and don't bother to get that. But if you're good at the game, you do that. You spell it all out. Are you telling me that you've done that with all these people that owe you? You spelled out what they had to do and what the penalties would be if they didn't, and what you don't give me that crap. You just think this is the way it is in the weird dream you live in, huh? And I'll tell you one thing, from this point of view, you're wrong. And while I may agree with you that what I did wasn't the best thing in the world, I ain't agreeing to that oh yeah part. I'm not doing it. And I know it's going to tick you off. And I got a whole lot of ways of dealing with it without groveling. I got a whole lot of ways of dealing with that particular situation because it comes up a lot. Look what you did to me, now you owe me, you better get down on your knees and beg my forgiveness. Well, keep dreaming, because that ain't going to happen. I ain't doing it. And if I do, and you knew me at all, you'd know it was just a big put on. And I don't mean the weird of it. Because the truth is, I'm never sorry for anything that I do. Period. I'm just not. I don't regret it. I certainly have some unpleasant feelings associated with the fact that it bothered you and hurt you. That was not the intention, and yeah, I get those funny little feelings that don't feel too good when I realize that's happened, okay? But I don't regret it, and I'm not sorry I did it. It was what made sense to me at the time, and I remember it making sense to me, and okay, it turns out I'm wrong. I'd like to learn from that. Not sit and whine about what a piece of crap I am. I don't regret it. I may well learn something out of it. I don't know what else I can do. You need, I've said this over and over and over again, you need the foundation of disidentification for anything else to make sense. It begins that process of you gaining a little bit of objectivity and waking up out of this dream that you're in where you can't even tell what's going on. I know you believe you know what's going on. I'm telling you're wrong. I'm sorry you don't see that. You're wrong. And you can't do anything in that weird trance that we talk about doing. You can do a lot of things, as you well know, but not the stuff we're talking about. It can't be done there. It can't be done in that dream. You need disidentification. I don't even believe that you can go through the AR while you're identified. How will you see them as illusions? Because the whole point is to forgive the debt. Write it off. Get it off the books so you don't have to carry it around anymore. It ain't going to be paid, folks. Isn't that clear by now? And with these particular things, the real honest truth is that there is not even a debt to be paid. They don't even owe you. You're wrong. That is just a weird illusion that you have it in your dream. How are you going to see that when you're identified with the self that tells you exactly why they owe you over and over and over again? So I can sort of see what happened here, you know. Probably a few of you heard that idea of cleansing the heart and got all excited and then discovered that you simply could not do it. And instead of looking into that, you just forgot all about it because it was too unpleasant to deal with, that you just couldn't do it, huh? And of course, some I'm sure just didn't even get their attention at all, but I'm sure that some people set out with the best of intentions and then discovered for themselves that what I said is true. You cannot do it in a state of identification. It cannot be done. So you gave it up. I just don't think we can talk about anything else without making that clear. Disidentification is a renouncing of the self. It is a denial of the self. I deny that that is me. I deny that it belongs to me, that it is mine. I will no longer say I or me or my to it. Is that perfectly clear? It is an active effort. You cannot do it passively, to the best of this one's knowledge. You must make that denial. If you do not want to deny it, then you don't don't want to do this work, you're more than welcome to have that point of view. If that bothers you, the idea of denying your personality and self, fine, go away. Or stay and do whatever you like. It's okay. You don't have to do it. But you ain't doing the work, because that's where it goes. It has been that way for thousands of years. That's what people talked about when they talked about renunciation. I can see why people stopped using the word, because people have done just the weirdest things in the name of renunciation, haven't they? Just horrible, bizarre, flagellative things. Beat the hell out of themselves and call it renunciation. I can see why people said, we got to forget about that word. It's just been too corrupted at this point. People will go around, using it as just yet another excuse to beat the hell out of themselves. And that's not what it means.
Is asceticism,
Huh?
is asceticism the same thing?
Asceticism?
Ascetic?
Kind of, in a way. Yeah. And that's unfortunately what people think, you see, is that to renounce means you got to give up all of life's pleasures. You got to go around beating yourself all the time. You got to do all these weird things in order to be a renunciate. No. We're not saying you have to renounce those things. If you'd like to, you're more than welcome to. But that isn't the point. It's one particular thing that you're being asked to renounce, okay? The self. That's it. And this came up again today, so I didn't do a short one. I lied. I'll just do this real quick. Yes, I know that if you do that, the experience is often unpleasant. Duh. I have done it, So informing me of that fact seems a little silly. I'm well aware of it. I know it's a little unpleasant. What is your point? Many things that I have done in life have been unpleasant, or they've gone through an unpleasant period. Dating, building a business, going to school, like doing the dishes. What the hell is your point? Except you're just using that as an excuse not to do it. You get it? Just about everything I do has a little bit of unpleasantness associated with it. It's just your weird belief that life won't be that way and it'll all be pleasant all the time in this idealistic world. You get it? It isn't that way in reality. Okay, it's a little unpleasant. Why don't you see what else there is to the experience? Is dating just unpleasant? Then why does anybody do it? Apparently there's a little bit more to it than that, but are you going to tell me there's no unpleasantness in it? You see my point? This is kind of goofy. Yeah, you're right. There is an element of unpleasantness in it. Apparently, because of this stupid master decision, you're just going to focus all on that one part of it. And God help you, if you treated sex that way, you wouldn't be doing it, would you? If all you did was focus on the unpleasant part, you wouldn't do it, would you? Because the unpleasant part can get pretty bad, huh? This doesn't make sense. Okay, I know it makes sense to you in this weird dream you're having. Please, see if you can find another approach than to just narrow in on that. See what happens. Okay? Any questions or comments? I hope I've made it perfectly, obviously clear. Whether anything will come of it, who knows? I know that you guys can deny anything you like and go back into the dream anytime you like, that making it clear doesn't do any good at all. Unless you want it to. But I hope that that has made very clear what disidentification is. If you're doing something else, I believe you've missed the mark. That is the mark, a denial that I am the self, that any of its possessions are mine. And interestingly enough, one of its most cherished possessions is feelings. It owns feelings, it has many, many feelings, and most of us cannot handle them, can we? And the truth is, we're stuck on not being able to handle self's feelings. I don't care. I don't own them. Some of them are quite unpleasant. Some of them are pleasant. Some of them are quite unpleasant. I don't care. They have nothing to do with me. They belong to that thing that made them, with its bizarre attitude towards life. They don't have a damn thing to do with me. I don't have that attitude. I don't have an attitude because I don't know what the hell's going on here. I've been in a trance for 50 years. What do I know? How can I have a point of view or attitude or feelings or anything else? I haven't even been here for 40-some years. Get the idea? All right. Let's go eat.
What time do we reconvene?
Hour and a half or so. Let me see if I can show you this with a picture. You can't get there from here. You can't do it. It's that famous old funny story about the guy who's lost out in the country. Finds a farmer and says, how do I get to such and such a place? And the farmer finally says, you can't get there from here. You can't do it. So, what? Knowing you folks' weird desire to get there from here anyway, I chose, which is admittedly weird, especially in this culture where we study and read books all the time, I chose to say to you, don't even do it until you're ready to read a book and make sense out of it. Yes, there are some great books written on the subject. They are useless to you, whether you like it or not. You cannot use them. You don't know how. And I know that pissed everybody off. That's just the way it is. You can't get there from here. You can get there from here. But you don't want to do this part. You don't want to admit that you're not ready to start yet. don't think you would find it weird if you said that you wanted to climb to the top of the Himalayas, and I said, well, you're going to have to do a little preparation, you know, before you start the climb. Do you really think that right now you could just fly out to the Himalayas and wearing the clothes that you're wearing right now and with what you got right now, you could trek on up to the top of the thing? No problem? You don't have to do anything to prepare for that little trip? Do you really believe that? I know what would happen if you tried. You'd die. You would just die from your own stupidity, your own folly, wouldn't you? You would just die of your own folly. That's all I'm trying to tell you, and you don't want to hear it, so you decide that I'm making it up and being mean and whatever weird things you like to make up about me. You can't get there from here. You got a little preparation to do. We need to get the awareness disidentified from all that weird stuff going on inside of it, and maybe get it close to back to being one thing again, and not disintegrated into little bits and pieces that bicker and argue all the time. And you got to have a little relationship with this other part of yourself that you don't even want to seem to admit exists. Now you're ready to go. You can probably go about anywhere you want to now. Why? Stupid question. You can't answer it, but I don't understand, folks. I don't get it. I don't get why you don't want to do that. Why you want to insist that you can do it from that other place. Nobody's trying to prevent you from making the journey. They're just saying, you know, you asked me to be the guide, and I'm telling you, you're going to need a few things to get to the top of the Himalayas. You've never been. I have. You can't go there wearing those clothes. You need a few supplies. I'll tell you what they are, but you can't do it without them. And it's going to be a hard trip, even if you get all these things together that I'm telling you you need. And it's very possible that some of you ain't going to make it, even prepared. And you want to insist that, no, I can go the way I am now. I don't know what to say. Except I think you've proven yourself wrong after all this time. I think you're wrong, and I think you've proven it. You've had some interesting experiences, but overall, you're still kind of in the same place where you were when you started. Still got the inner noise and the inner conflict, and in a lot of ways still want the same things, are still complaining about the same parts of life that you were when you walked in the door. I think you've proven yourself wrong. Maybe I'm right. You can't get there from here. Is that clear? was saying last night, that as far as I'm concerned, one of the most outrageous discoveries or experiences that was made was early on in this whole thing, when before I kind of started doing this, I tried a bunch of methods to change their behavior. There were some things that I had been conditioned to do I really, really didn't like. I was very unhappy with them, some behaviors. And I tried all sorts of things to change them. I read a lot of books on subjects, that told you how to do that. And those books kind of worked. I could get a new behavior going. Until I got reminded of the thing that would bring back the old behavior, and then there I was, just uncontrollably right in the middle of the old behavior. So what I discovered was now I had two ways to do things, and the one that I didn't like was still uncontrollable. That was the experience for me. And so when things were going well, I could behave this new way, and I'd feel really good about myself and feel like I'd made some progress. And then when things got a little rough, I lost it, and I was right back to the old thing. And then I worked really hard to try out the new one, and so on. It was quite a struggle. So I had some experience with this whole thing of changing behavior. And then I started doing the work. And for the longest time, I would kind of observe the self, but I didn't really see things as illusions. I would observe the self, I would rationally kind of think, God, that's dumb. But it didn't really hit me in the place where I live, and I'm not really referring to feelings. I'm not even sure what the word for that is. I didn't really see for myself, that is not true. I kind of thought it and felt about it and stuff like that, but I didn't look at it and say, that's a joke, that's funny, it's a lie. But that did start happening after a while. I kept at it, and then, I don't even remember what the first thing was anymore, but I really looked at it and just said, that's a lie. And then I noticed a few weeks later, I wasn't acting the same way anymore. Behavior just changed all by itself. I did not do things that I used to do anymore. I just didn't do them. I didn't have the urge. I never thought about them. Even when the old situation came up that would normally have triggered it, it didn't. It was just gone, the old behavior, and I was doing something else that I hadn't planned out. I hadn't thought about it. I hadn't replaced it with anything. I hadn't tried to do anything. It just changed because I saw things differently now. I thought that was the neatest thing I'd ever seen. I don't have to struggle with behavior anymore. I can just forget about it. That makes doing the work make even more sense. All I have to do is just what I was told to do, just observe what is and disidentify, and the rest will take care of itself if I really get that something is an illusion. And I erased it. This became a new kind of reality. Where did that change in behavior come from? I did not plan it out. I didn't conceive of it. I didn't think what I was going to do. I didn't do none of that stuff. I didn't even know I was going to change behavior, in fact. Where did it come from? Magic? I thought I did all this stuff. That's what I believed when I was in that hypnotic trance. I do all these things. So where did it come from if I didn't plan it out at all? And this started to be a lot more clearly true. I changed what I said was true and valuable, didn't I? I had a new truth, because I'd seen that something that I'd believed my whole life was a lie. And I was reporting a new truth, a new set of facts, a new way of looking at things, and a different value. So, I know where the behavior came from. Same place it always come from. I just lied and said I was doing everything. In those first days, I wasn't very aware, and I noticed it after the fact. Look, I'm acting different. I used to do this, now I'm doing that instead. I didn't have nothing to do with it. That was very clear. I started to get some sense of the reality of this weird picture I just drew. Kind of a funny U shape instead of a... Okay? This does appear to be true now in a whole new way. I'm just saying what's true and valuable, and the response is coming from life itself. And I'm aware of the response. It seems perfectly reasonable to me, whatever I'm doing, and I could go back to that old not-I game of explaining it all as if I had done it if I wanted to. You understand? But this was too inexplicable to me to even bother with it. I knew I hadn't done this. I gave it no thought. All the attention had been on trying to understand this thing I'd seen in the self so that I could see that it was an illusion. I had not even thought about what I was going to do afterwards. And I'll tell you, I thought that was the neatest thing that I had ever seen. It just made such a joke out of all those attempts to create new habits, which don't actually replace the old ones. You just get new ones. So you take a vessel that's already full of crud, and you put new crud in that you think is good crud, of course. You wouldn't be putting it in. And now you just got an adulterated mess. That's the normal way of doing things. And it doesn't take anything out, it don't replace nothing, it just adds new crud in there. And then you try it this way, and the vessel starts to be emptied. And you don't even have to worry about what's in it anymore. Because the response comes fresh and new every time from life. You don't need to have crud in there in case you need it someday. A behavior, just in case you need it someday, you see. Life will respond. You just clean the damn thing out. I just thought that was the most spectacular thing I'd ever seen. I just hope that one day it would be a little easier seeing the illusion in things, because boy, that was a lot of work in the beginning. To actually get to that point where I could really truthfully say, this is not true. I believed it my whole life, but it is not true. It has been a lie and illusion that I've had all along. That was a lot of work. I did kind of hope for the day when that part would be a little easier. But I still think it was easier than everything else I tried, because everything else I tried didn't actually work. It was a lot of work too. It's hard work creating a new habit, isn't it? Especially one that kind of goes against ones you've already got. It's a lot of work. And it's not even effective. You still have the old one, don't you? I don't think my experience is unusual in that. I think that's the way it is. You still got the old one, and when that knot eye pops up, it does its thing, even though you tried to replace it with a new one. Hasn't that been your experience too? What a dumb idea. I'm just not clear on why we want to take this part out and try and do it all from here. I really don't get it. I can do my part. I can clean up the awareness like I was asked to do. That is the task that I was given, to take care of things. Kind of keep it neat and clean. I can do that part because it was given to me to do. I may be able to find some other things I can do too, but I can start with that. See if I can get the awareness back to being what it could have been all along, a nice, clean, pretty place to live. I can observe it to see what needs to go. I don't know how to clean a house without looking at it, do you? I gotta kind of look around and see what needs cleaning. That's the observation part. And I can disidentify so that it don't hurt me so bad when I take the garbage out. I don't feel like I'm amputating a limb. No, I can't throw that away. That's my precious toe. I don't know what you think it is, but it's got to go. And I can do that work to see that most of the ideas that I live by are lies. They are simply not true. Leave the rest to X. I had another one of these experiences just the other day, where somebody called up on the phone and they asked a question, and I knew what the answer was. And I opened my mouth to say it, and something else came out. An entirely different set of words than I had planned on saying. And they thought that was the best answer they'd ever heard. They were just overjoyed. And I was just sitting there getting a kick. God damn it, you did it again to me. I told you what was true and valuable, and thank God I don't make a big deal out of it anymore, but I told you what we ought to do about it, and you just ignored me and did something else. And damned if it didn't turn out that you were right, and the answer that came out of the mouth was not that different. It was just worded a little bit differently than I would have said it. This is the weirdest thing. But you know what? I like living that way. I actually kind of enjoy that interchange, that byplay where I enjoy that little game that goes on between the awareness and X. And it's really funny when it's like that. And X just totally ignores everything but what I said is true and valuable. my idea of how to deal with it, he just apparently finds amusing and ignores. That happens every now and again. I'm going to do it this way, and I do something else instead. And you know, damned if the something else isn't always a lot better than what I had in mind. I just thought it was funny. Okay, you want to answer the question that way, that's fine. They seem to be pretty happy with it. Sometimes it's entirely different. Somebody will ask something, and I just sit and look at him. It's like, I don't even know what to say to you. I'm just having a clue how to respond to this. It's not that I don't understand it. I do, but I just don't know. I just don't have a clue how to respond to you, and what will even make sense to you. So I just sit there and that's interesting. And then all of a sudden the mouth opens and a bunch of stuff starts spewing out. And, usually that's the experience again. It makes sense to them. I'm glad, because I didn't know what to do. But I did get a kick out of the one the other day. I answered the phone, I was asked a question. I knew exactly what the answer was, so I said something else. They were just ecstatic with that answer. They're like, okay, good. I'm glad you got what you wanted. And I got a little interesting sideshow. They took me to the circus for a moment. It was kind of fun. I got to watch the dogs and ponies. Honestly, I think that's a hoot. It's fun. I don't know why you want to live in this constrained little universe where you know everything all the time and nothing is ever a surprise. I think it's kind of fun. I really actually kind of get a kick out of walking around, never quite knowing what I'm going to do. I think it's interesting. Sometimes people will ask me, what you going to do? I don't know, let's find out. I'm okay with that. It isn't always true, but sometimes it is. I don't know. Let's go do it and we'll see what it is. We'll both find out together. I'm interested too. It's fun. I don't suppose I can sell it. I've been trying for years. Apparently you like your idea better. Being the end-all and be-all and the know-all. But I like this game. I really enjoy that process of not thinking about things all the time, not planning everything, but just being aware and experiencing what's going on, including the response. I think it's a kick. And sometimes I get to watch this side of it too. Every now and again I catch a little glimpse of what goes on there in this whole thing before it comes out. And it's fascinating. It is just fascinating. I'm not excluded from there. I get to be aware of that too. And sometimes I get a little glimpse of that part of the process too. I wouldn't miss out for the world. It's a hell of a lot more interesting than all the crap crud that used to try and attempt to do that from here. I don't know. I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna talk a bit about, since I brought the subject up of maybe cleaning up the heart a bit, seeing if you can get a little purity back in your life. But I just feel like at this point, this is all there is left to say. Your theory is interesting. But I think that you're just doing a really, really good job of making a lot of noise to hide the fact that you're living out the quote that he brought up over lunch. Better to rule in hell than to serve in heaven. The original juvenile delinquent's famous statement. And I think all your words and all your rationalizations and all your clever, witty explanations boil down to that. Better to rule in hell than to serve in heaven. I don't know. Personally, I get a hoot. I really get a kick out of being the servant. Being the awareness function and doing the best job I can to accurately say what is going on here as fast as I possibly can. I do get kind of a kick out of doing it really, really fast because sometimes, you got to respond to things quickly, don't you? You really don't have a lot of time to say, okay, let me mount a week-long investigation, please come back. And to put value on things. And be that servant and then allow life to express. Which always I'm always a part of that. I'm not excluded from that. I get a kick out of it. But I was a little bit more willing to admit than most people are that I was doing a pretty bad job of it on my own. I wasn't doing a great job at running this life. I knew it. So I'm kind of okay with it. I think X does a much better job than I ever did. Yep.
Valuing doesn't look like a servant's job.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. If that's the way you want to classify it, I'm okay with that. I don't understand your particular classification system, that's all. I just don't understand it. To me, a servant does whatever they're asked by the person they're serving to do. The servant doesn't decide what a servant's job is. The person they're serving does. So if the person I'm serving says, what I want you to do is take care of the place, keep it clean, and tell me what's going on at the place, because I don't feel like going and checking out for myself, and tell me what it needs and what's valuable there, then that's the servant's job, because that's the kind of the person you're serving's prerogative to define the job, huh? If I hire somebody to run my business, then that's what I hired them to do. And if you think that isn't their job, well, okay, but
Okay.
that's my prerogative, and it happens all the time in this world that somebody finally gets sick and tired of a business, and so they hire a president or something or a CEO to come in and run it while they go play. I don't know who the hell you are to say that that isn't an employee's job.
What I'm saying is that
I know what you're saying. I don't think I've misunderstood. You have your own damned classification system. By God, the universe better fit it. Okay. Apparently, X doesn't have your classification system. And I'm kind of glad.
does the servant have the freedom to value things as they see fit, or am I having a completely wrong view of what valuation is? I mean, is there an objective
Folks,
truth out there?
folks, when have I ever said any different on this particular subject? Why am I going to change my mind now because you're confused? I've answered that question how many times? How many times in the course of the years I've known you people have I answered that question? You are rejecting information because you don't like it. It don't fit into your little framework. And now you're asking a question I've answered a zillion times. You can value anything any way you damn well please. It's absolutely obvious. Or why the hell would X let us even decide that the master decision makes sense in the first place? It's stupid. It's just a stupid question. Whenever a person is confused, it means they are rejecting information. There is no such thing as confusion. Confusion is the byproduct of rejecting information. There is no such a state as confusion. What there is you rejecting information that you don't like. And your experience of that is a state that people call confusion. You are not requesting information at that point because that information has been provided already. You're just acting out this funny little drama where you don't like the definition of servant as somebody who seems to be doing a function that you consider to be the master's job. So therefore it's not service. Therefore it's not a servant. Okay. God, I'm glad I don't live in that universe. Where everything has to fit my preconceived notions. I thought it was my job to come here and find out what's going on. Not to come here and dictate what's going on and then demand everything fit. I thought I came here confused. Not knowing what's going on, I had to find out. Apparently I was wrong. I was supposed to come here and tell everybody what's going on. You learn about what's going on by finding out, not by telling us. That's X's idea of service. If it don't fit yours, that's fine. Any other questions or comments?
Is the valuation to be suspended when you're disidentifying?
Yes, of course. Since the function of the awareness is to do two jobs, true and valuable, then obviously there is a condition where I should not do one of those two jobs. I believe that condition is called death. Because if this heart ever decides to suspend its function for a period of time, I do believe that's what's going to follow very shortly. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Well, when I do this identification,
You don't do disidentification. You do not do disidentification, as I have told you over and over again. What did I say that disidentification is today? What was unclear about what I just said?
I physically didn't hear.
What did I say disidentification is today? You didn't hear it because you're more interested in your thoughts than you are my speech.
To deny the self and everything that it claims to own.
And that's what you're doing.
I manage to do it every now and then, yeah. When a thought comes up, I said, this is not my thought.
And you're telling me that in that moment you're suspending value.
The only thing I'm valuing is this identification.
So you did not
itself.
suspend value, did you? You're a liar. You're just a liar. You're a nitpicky, intellectual twit who strains at gnats and swallows camels. You're just weird. Playing these weird intellectual games of fitting everything into theories that don't match any reality that ever existed. I hate playing this game. It's dumb, it's weird, I don't like it. So there. I think I kept my cool through that one pretty well until we finally got to that point. This game, stupid! A little more observation, please, and a little less theorizing. And we might get somewhere. I have never seen a point where I was even capable of not valuing something. I was designed to do it. I don't remember a time when that was even possible for me. Any more than I do believe that the heart can just decide not to beat. It could break, couldn't it? But I do not live in fear that one day my heart will say, I don't want to right now. It was made to do it, it just sort of does it. Same thing with me. I was made to be aware of what is and the value of what is. And I will do it whether I like it or not. I can do it in all sorts of weird ways. I can attempt to do it well. I can do it completely unconsciously without even knowing I'm doing it. But I am going to do it. That's my function. And it's pretty weird to hear someone say, that doesn't fit my idea of servant. Well, okay. But if it's somebody's idea of servant, and it's one of the reasons why I find it such a interesting person to serve. Because their definition of service is not to meaning in any way, shape, or form. And still, I mean, here I am, the servant of the place, and I'm in charge of the whole show. How do you like them apples? And I should play Satan's game and say, yeah, but I'm still a servant, so I don't want to?
Phil, is that what you were meaning when you were at the table saying, you keep saying that I will be done until finally God says that back to you? Is that what you meant?
No. I don't understand why you're having so much trouble with that. When he says it back to you, it means that he's given up on getting you to say, not do, but say, thy will be done to him. And so he's saying, fine, you go ahead and have it your way, because that's what you've been fighting for all along. So you got it.
Okay.
Your will be done.
Okay.
I'm having nothing to do with you. Well, welcome to hell forever. While you're still kicking and fighting with him, there's a chance that one day you'll get it and say, thy will be done. When he gives up on you, that's it, isn't it? You got your way. You get to live in some stupid, narrow little universe like Eddie displays to us every time with this weird set of ideas that don't even make any sense. You get it. You live in that weird, nauseous illusion of yours forever. I will not come in and knock on the door anymore and say, you want out? You get what you want. And I believe that place is called hell. That's kind of the other side of that statement, isn't it? Better to rule in hell? Well, what is hell but a place where you can pretend to be the ruler? And look what they made of the joint. Any other questions or comments? Let's stick. Well, should we take a break or just go home and come back tomorrow? Kind of late, isn't it?
It's 3:30 here.
3:30. Okay. I guess I'm just getting antsy. Not that way. All right, we'll take a break and come back. Sling those beers. Okay, so if we're going to decide to clean the heart, first thing we got to do is bring back to awareness all that they owe me. I got to be aware of this again, all right? And these things are kept in kind of detail. You did this to me. Somewhere written in there, I've got, you did this to me. It was wrong. You mistreated me. You owe me. And much of the time, there's actually something quite specific that they owe. All right, what is owed? Yeah. Yeah, that's our new age, newfangled psychological term for it. Huh? You gotta give me closure on this. No, I don't. You want closure, you go close the damn thing yourself. I don't want closure, I want out of here. That will close it off for me. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's one of my favorite terms, because you know what that actually is, don't you? What closure is? You are obligated to assist me out of the conflict that you created in my being. You've got to end the conflict for me. I can't do it myself. Well, perhaps I could do that. On the other hand, I'm perfectly capable of ending this conflict all by myself. I do not require your assistance, and I'm tired of being here, and I'm out of here. I don't need no help with the conflict part. But you do realize that's what's being said.
No, I've done that. I've learned somebody. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. I expect you to end the conflict that you have created in me, right? So closure is often happens when somebody else wants to leave and you don't want him to leave, but at the same time you do want him to leave. So you're in conflict about the situation, and they take matters into their own hand, and they actually leave, and now they owe you closure, right? To help them get to the point where they want you to leave too. Oh, I don't really give a damn whether you want me to or not. I'm gone, okay? So, I don't know. I guess probably the best way to give them closure is to kick them. Then they'll want you to leave, won't they? They'll have made up their mind. So if somebody ever demands closure to you, that's my recommendation. It's probably the fastest method. Just give them a kick in the butt. I'll be happy to see you out the door.
I actually had a girlfriend once to whom I was whining, pretending to be very high-minded about how I just couldn't stand hurting people I wanted to leave in relationships. And she said, don't make such a fuss about it. You just do something really unpleasant, and they get really pissed at you, and they're pleased that you're gone. They throw you out.
Precisely.
That's over.
It is the easiest method I know of to get out of something. That's exactly right. I've used it many a time. I absolutely agree with her. Don't make such a fuss about it. There's a very simple method. The other one I love these days is validation. That was the other big term, right? Don't you invalidate me. Now, precisely how would you do that? How would you invalidate me exactly? Am I an equation that you can just add a certain number to me and I will suddenly become zero? How would you do that? Tell me I'm wrong? That my point of view is wrong? How the hell does that invalidate me? As far as I can tell, that's what it means. You invalidate me by telling me my point of view is wrong. Well, I don't care what you think. That's all I can tell that people are talking about in this whole validation thing. How dare you tell me my point of view is wrong? Okay. So I gotta walk around the world trying to remember never to insinuate that anyone else's point of view is wrong, or I'm invalidating them. Then I get to go on this list. You invalidated me. Now you owe me. What am I gonna have to do to pay that back? That's the game here, okay? We have got to bring back to conscious awareness all the stuff we're carrying around. You did this to me, you did that to me, you did the next thing to me. And now you owe me. What am I sitting around? This is part of the burden of having this. Is you're sitting around waiting to be paid. How does that feel? Sitting around waiting for a bunch of people who never pay you back to pay you. You get into a weird state of existence. When's it going to happen? See if you can just make them aware again and put them on a piece of paper or something somewhere so they're not just carried around in this unconscious way. A lot of the time, every time you see the person that you're waiting to get paid, it's kind of the first thing that happens, isn't it? This sort of grudge against them. You just walk into a room where they are. I've heard people say, I don't even want to meet outside their house after what they did to me. I don't even want to see the place where they live after what they did to me. What's that? Except, I just don't want to be reminded of this. I'm going to carry it around for the rest of my life, but I don't even want to be reminded of it. I just want to be burdened with it forever. That's the first thing. I've got to bring this back to awareness so I can deal with it. And it isn't just an unconscious thing that's going on all the time. That's always the first thing you see. And it's a very long list. It may take you a while to do this. The older you get, the longer it is. And we're still setting the stuff up, huh? Every single day we probably add something to the list, don't we? Now, the next thing is to see the illusion of this payment. That's a little experiment we all going to, I think, do for ourselves. It sounds very reasonable. You stepped on my toe. You owe me an apology. Fine. So the person apologizes. That help? Does that end it? How many of you have been surly to somebody who made a wrong phone number, even though they apologized?
That's a good example.
It sure is. I don't know about you, but I get a lot of wrong numbers. How often, even if the person is actually one of the few who apologizes and doesn't act like it's your fault that they called you the wrong number, are you surly with them anyway because they disturbed you? What can they do to make up for the fact that they accidentally dialed the wrong number and disturbed you? You see, that's all this is about, isn't it?
I was thinking about that the other day, I swear to God, because I called the wrong number. I apologized to the lady. She was so gracious about it. And I thought, wow, that's really rare.
Yes, it is. Although I usually give some pretty gracious apologies myself. I do understand I've really upset them over really nothing. But I usually make a big deal out of apologizing myself when I do it. And yeah, on rare occasions, you get someone who, as you say, is quite gracious about the whole thing. Not very damned often, though, huh? And I do apologize for it, and I get back this, but then think about yourself. How many times have you done that on the rare occasion when somebody does apologize and say, I'm sorry I disturbed you. Didn't mean to. Did that make up for it? Or you still got this account against some unknown person on the other end of the phone who now owes you for using the thing you put in to get phone calls with, unauthorized. That's the next thing we got to see. Is this sounds very reasonable. You hurt me. Now, if you would just make amends and pay for this fact, then I'd call it off and say, okay, it's all right that you hurt me. That sounds very reasonable, doesn't it? When has it ever happened in reality, though? that somebody did actually try to make up for it, and maybe you even dictated the terms. And then you said, okay, it's all over, it's forgiven, I'll forget all about it as though it never happened. No big deal. When did that ever occur? Maybe very occasionally, huh? But how many times did somebody try to make up for it and whatever they did just wasn't good enough? It wasn't sincere. I've heard that one a lot. I might believe you if it were sincere. But you didn't mean it when you apologized. Okay, let me figure out how I can make this sincere now. Okay, was that sincere enough? Yes. But it wasn't good enough. No, I want you to do this too. You ever been through this? It just don't work that way, does it? What would be great enough? That's what we've got to see for ourselves. What could they really do to make up for the hurt that they caused me, which is my point of view, huh? This is just a fiction. And sometimes it even happens that the person tries to do something and we still don't take it off the list. We're going to apparently carry it forever. This is a lie. If they made up for it. I'll tell you, the funniest thing that ever happened, in my opinion, on this particular subject. I just got such a kick out of this. But years ago, I used to tell people that one of the 12 steps in 12 steps programs was wrong. It was an error.
Making amends?
Huh?
Make amends?
No. Nothing wrong with that one. It was an error and did cause a little bit of difficulty for the folks who used the 12 steps. Although the 12 steps were a great thing and they certainly did assist a lot of people to do what they needed to do. I made the mistake of saying that around somebody who was actually doing the 12 steps. At the time, I did not know that. I don't tell it to people who are doing the 12 steps. I really don't want to interfere with what they're doing. It was an error. I didn't realize it. I said it. They happened to be in the group of people I said it to, and they took considerable exception to it. And ranted and raved for a considerable period of time. Demanded that I tell them which one, which I declined to do. I just did not want to get into it anymore, and went on and on and on about it, and basically left hating my guts. So, lo and behold, 6 or 7 years later, I run into them again in another group of folks, and they've forgotten all about this whole thing. Until finally they said, I remember you. You're that guy that said there's a mistake in the 12 steps. And I said, yeah, that's right. We had quite a little fight over it. And they said, I have been thinking about you for years. Why? Well, I need to make amends for how I treated you when you said that. No, you don't. Really. Really, please. You really, really don't. It's okay. It's no big deal. I don't care. No. I must do this. Okay, fine. You go ahead. So they tell me, all these things to make amends for the way they mistreated me so they could pay me back and I could forgive them, which I told them was unnecessary because I already had. It was over and done with as far as I was concerned. And then at the end of the whole thing, I will never forget this. They said, by the way, which step is it? And we went through it all again. They got pissed at me, screamed and yelled, ran and raved, told me what an asshole I was and sucked out of the room. To me, that was the most blatant case of this that I've ever seen. And I didn't even have a debt on the subject to get paid back. This whole game was a waste of time. Really, what difference does it make? Just decide I'm an idiot and walk off. It's working for you. What's the problem? The interesting thing is that they wanted to make amends to me for an account that I did not even have. You understand? I'm kind of used to that, saying things to people that pisses them off, and I didn't hold it against them. It didn't change my point of view one bit about them or anything else. I'm kind of used to it. I had no account on the subject, so they want to pay me back something that they don't even owe me. But the fact is that I owe them. Isn't that right? Because I mistreated them. They were the one with an account. I did tell them, you know, I'm really sorry I did it, to be honest with you. I normally do not say that around folks who are doing the 12 steps. I have a tremendous respect for the 12 steps and what folks do with it. And I would not want to interfere with that. And I'm actually very, very sorry that I said it around you, because it doesn't matter. I respect what you're doing. And my little quibble with one aspect of it is just totally irrelevant. I went through this whole thing, you see, when they asked me to talk about it again. So I'd really rather not. I just would rather not. No, I insist. It was actually the other way around, wasn't it? I owed them. I made every effort to pay them back. It seemed reasonable to me at the time. It wasn't good enough. Apparently the only way I could pay it back was to totally change my mind and not know what I know. Perhaps. I don't even know if that would have done it. What could have done it? That's that invalidation thing again, isn't it? If you tell me what I'm doing is wrong, you've stolen from me the thing that's saving my life. I don't see why that's so. If it's saving your life, it's saving your life. I don't see how I can take that away from you, even if I wanted to. Anytime you don't agree with me, you have harmed me. That is one of the beliefs that maintains this accounts receivable list. The mere fact that you disagree with me has damaged me, and now you own me. Now that's the next thing I got to do. Start checking out the illusions that let me set this stuff up in the first place. And answer one of the most interesting questions I ever looked at. Can anyone ever mistreat me? Is that even possible? Could that just be a big dream? And in fact, it has never happened. No one has ever mistreated me. Period.
Not even as a kid?
Yep. That's exactly right. And to be honest with you, that's where I started. Boy, boy, did I have a lot of accounts receivable against the parents. At the time when I decided to do this, they probably were the bulk of the list. And that was one of the most difficult things that I ever did, was look back at that childhood and say, you know what, I was wrong. They did not mistreat me. They really didn't. I still don't like what I went through. But I no longer see it as them mistreating me. And I did that for my own sake. I couldn't afford to carry that around anymore. I just couldn't afford to. It did not matter to me who was right and who was wrong and any of that stuff anymore. I just saw how carrying that burden of how I've been victimized, and now, unfortunately, everybody owes me, because a lot of folks who've been victimized in childhood, that's the way they feel. Every damn person they run into is supposed to make up for what happened to them in their childhood. I don't know, most people probably aren't too interested in doing that. But boy, one lays the trip on them anyway, huh? You guys owe me. You gotta treat me different than you do everybody else. How many times have you heard that from somebody who feels really hurt in life? You know, you gotta treat me different because I'm damaged merchandise. You're right, I will return you as soon as the opportunity. That's what I do with damaged merchandise. How about you? I'll send you back to the factory you came from. I've been told that many times. How about you? I'm damaged merchandise. You got to be too careful with me. No, I don't. No, I really don't. I do not have to make up for all of your hurt in life. It really, I promise you, is not my job. Nobody appointed me to that job. Said, Phil, we want you to take on the task of making up to everyone on planet Earth for all of their past pain. It's a big job, but you can do it. Yeah, that's the Mission Impossible theme, right? You get a little tape recording that self-destructs, and it gives you an impossible job, but of course you can carry it off, right? No, I can't do that job. Nobody assigned me to it anyway, and I'm not even going to try. But I was doing that to folks. I could see how I was kind of carrying around this thing that said, you know, you sort of, everybody owes me. I was really badly mistreated. And so now you got to do extra special things with just me, you know, and the other people like me, of course. I was sick of it. I was just sick of it. But I couldn't stop it because I felt that way. I saw things that way. But I thought it was a real interference with anything I wanted to do in life, because honest truth is people just ain't going to go along with that except a few screwballs, and I don't want to know. In my opinion, anybody who did go along with that was not somebody I wanted to associate with. So yes, that's where it started for me. I was not mistreated in childhood. And that was a very difficult thing to see, but it's true. I cannot find an instance when I've ever been mistreated in this life. I can't find it. I went looking. Of course, I went looking with the intent of proving it wrong as a theory. So I went through a lot. See if I could find a flaw in the idea that I had been mistreated. And sure enough, every time I could. If I can ever get that one through my head, maybe I can clean all this up from the past and stop adding to it for the future. That's why many years later, when the guy screamed and yelled at me about the little 12-step trip, there really was no account set up. He didn't mistreat me, nor did I mistreat him. I made a mistake, and I said something that would have been better I'd left unsaid. That's life. It happens. But he didn't mistreat me for doing it. It just didn't. That isn't what happened. So it never went. It never got written here as this guy owes me. You understand? It's just one of those little unpleasant episodes in life that you walk off from. That's it. It's just unpleasant, that's all. And to be honest with you, most of the unpleasantness was trying to make sure that I hadn't done any harm. That is the last thing I want to do, is when someone is using the 12 steps to get that monkey off their back, is interfere with them. I don't care about right or wrong anymore. I care about what they're trying to do. And most of the unpleasantness was just trying to dance my way out of this one without leaving damage. That's it. That was the big only concern. Can I get out of this one without hurting this person, damaging them?
You landed.
Well, apparently I did, because I met them several years later. If that wouldn't have been true, I'm not trying to say that I would have, but it can happen, you know. They had gotten sober, and they hadn't gotten over it, but so what, you see? I was one on a very long list of people who owed them, but at least they had that monkey off their back, you see. And that was really the only concern. I don't care whether they hate me or not. That would be an interesting illusion to see through, wouldn't it? I have been mistreated. And now the world owes me. Because many of us feel that way. It's not just a specific thing. We now feel that life owes us something to make up for it.
Can you see through that one without agape?
Don't know. I honestly don't know. I can give you the words that, in my opinion, make it perfectly clear that if you're willing to investigate it, you can certainly see the truth of these words. And it's just very simple. All anyone has ever done has been themselves, including me. That's just all there is to it, isn't it? They weren't mistreating me, they were being themselves. If someone, while being themselves, does things I don't like, with the exception of childhood, it's really quite easy to deal with most of the time. I simply don't associate with them anymore. Most of the time, that is an easy way to deal with it, isn't it? Nobody tied me down and said I had to stay here. Most of the time. Childhood does seem to be the exception to that, but it was certainly true about the parents. They simply were not mistreating me. They were being themselves, living out their own life. It was a little rough on all of us. I simply do not see that there was any intent to mistreat me. They were having a rough time. They had a hard life. And I was kind of incidental to the whole thing. That's all there is to it. They were living their life. I was a part of it for a period of time. I was quite overjoyed when that ended. So when you really look at the situation, what's really going on is that I am setting myself up as a judge and jury and saying, I have the right to judge you. And while you are being yourself, if you do not do it in a way that satisfies me, I will convict you and assign sentence. That's really what this whole thing is about, isn't it? I am judge, jury, sentencer, and I guess convictioner. I will even be the one that carries out the sentence. Because your way of being you doesn't satisfy me, and I feel competent to judge that. I feel that I am in a proper position to be your judge. Because that's all that's really going on. I'm busy being me. You're busy being you. And we like dictating to each other how we ought to be. Isn't that about right? And then deciding that if you don't go along with my ought to be, of how you ought to be, you owe me. I'm disappointed because the you that you are isn't the you that I wanted you to be. I'm hurt. I found something to blame it on. Tag, you're it. Now pay up. Now, really, when you come right down to it, that is the weirdest game I've ever heard, isn't it? All of us walking around here, judge and jury, passing sentence on everybody else about how they and who they ought to be. And then expecting them to buy the sentence and pay up.
Pretty weird.
It's the bizarrest game I've ever heard of. I don't want to play this game anymore. I sure can't stop you from doing it, but I don't want to play this game anymore. That is weird. I don't want to be your judge. I just don't want to do it. You be you any way you like. If it bugs me, I will deal with the fact that it bugs me, because I really suspect that that's sort of my thing to deal with, not yours. What gave me the right to impose on you my idea of how you ought to be? I sure ain't giving you that right. I don't want you doing that to me. I do not want you deciding how I ought to be and then trying to force me to do it. I do not want that. I will get very disturbed if you try to do that. I don't like it. But I think it's okay if I go around doing it to everybody else. Isn't that interesting? And yet I don't know a single person who likes it when you do it to them. Except for a few who begged for it. But I really do consider them to be pathological exceptions. And I try to steer clear of folks like that. I think they've got an illness, and I don't really want to deal with it.
What do you mean?
They're ill. They're mentally ill to walk around asking other people to tell them how they ought to be. I think they've got an illness.
Probably number 3.
I don't care which number it is. They're sick. That's what this game really boils down to. It's not about mistreatment and so on. It's about the fact that I was hurt. I decided that I was capable of judging you and declaring that how you are is wrong. And that you damn well better change it for me.
Bill,
Yeah.
I just wanted to get your response. I was reading the Course in Miracles, and it says if you really looked at the sentence you really wanted to impose, it would be, you want the death penalty.
Oh yeah.
If you really were honest.
Much of the time, that's true. It's not always true. It's like anything else. There are degrees to this thing, but much of the time, yes, I honestly do believe that the only thing that they could do to make up for it would be to drop dead. And personally, I think you'd still hold a grudge against them. It would not be enough. So, to be really, really blunt, I think it's actually worse than that. I think you want them to suffer endlessly. The dropping dead really isn't good enough, is it? That's an easy out. So I think that part of the Course in Miracles is actually wrong, to be honest with you, buddy. I think what you really want is to see them suffer for it for a very long time. And I can understand why people made up the idea of hell. They couldn't get it here, so they had to imagine it existed somewhere. And you know damn well that that's true, that there are a lot of people in this world who gloat on the fact that so-and-so is going to hell. Isn't that right? You've heard them do it. It's okay, they'll get theirs for all eternity. But honestly, I think that's what people want. Dropping dead isn't good enough. They're just too easy and out. I want to see you suffer. In front of my face. I want to gloat while you suffer.
I got a question.
Okay?
This seems to be a process similar to, or it seems to be disidentification with the belief that such and such knows me.
The belief that what?
That some person knows me, something is done to me.
Mm-hmm.
Normally this one, if he doesn't get it on the first time or the second time, I can usually get it by the third time on disidentifying. Haven't had anything I haven't been able to disidentify from so far. When I'm sitting here trying to do this and I'm not having any luck. What does one do if they don't succeed?
Yeah, speak up just a tad. What does one do for what?
They don't succeed.
What?
With the disidentification, if you can't disidentify.
Sure you can. Why can't you? And you just told me that this is a theoretical question. What are you really trying to answer here? Because you told me that.
It's not really theoretical. It's about, well.
You told me that every time you've managed so far. That's pretty theoretical to me.
Yes. For that, I'm picturing. Okay, I've got a person in mind here. That this one is assigned an accounts receivable to.
Okay.
I've gone through it, and I've said it was. This one chose to.
No, you got to see it. You can't play word games. It's something you just got to see. Okay. You can't talk yourself into it logically and rationally. Okay. It won't work. That's what you're really telling me. This is not about disidentifying. This is saying, what do I do if I can't convince myself with words?
Yeah.
Well, don't use that method. It's a dumb method.
Okay.
Don't do that. I'll tell you what it did with the folks. I started asking questions. I didn't really know my parents. I didn't know them at all. All I knew was, this weird family life that we lived together. I didn't know them as a person the way I would know anybody else in the world. I had no clue about their history, really, except a few little snippets here. I just did not know them. You understand what I'm saying?
You ask the real people real questions.
Yes. I got to know about them. I learned about their life. I asked them about their childhood so I can understand what they went through when they grew up. I asked about the way they felt about certain things. I got to know them. And what I found out was very simple. It's all well and good for me to say what they did was horrible, and, well, perhaps it was. I don't know. But the next step is, and they should have done something else, which really means I believe they could have done something else. And after I got to know them, I discovered they really couldn't. It was impossible for them to behave any other way than the way they did. They were incapable of anything else. How can I demand that someone do what they cannot do?
How do you come to that realization about someone who's dead or so far?
It is rougher, isn't it? So I'd recommend you start with a living person, and then maybe it'll be a little easier with the folks you can't do that with, okay? Start with what you can do. Because, yeah, that's tough with somebody you can't even talk to no more and get some info from, huh? Then start somewhere else.
I bet you could do some things, though.
And maybe, yeah, you can, but maybe if you get a little insight into the whole thing and you start checking out, and in every case it turns out that that's what's going on, okay, is they're just being themselves, and they can't do any differently. Then with that dead person, you'll just look and say, you know what, I bet it's probably true about them, and that'll be the end of it. Don't start there. That one's really rough doing it with folks who are dead. But that is kind of where you end up getting at. If you check out, 25 cases, and every time that's what you end up finding out is they could not have done differently. The whole lie is you could have done differently and didn't. And that's what makes it mistreatment, isn't it? You did that on purpose. You did it to hurt me. And you check out over and over and over again and find out that's just not true. It is just not true. And at a certain point, you just look at the damn list and go, get rid of it. I'm sick of this. I don't want to go through every single person on this list just to find out the same thing. And you sort of get it through your head, okay? And it's over. Maybe you'll never actually need to do it with that dead person. See what I'm saying? I mean, I'm really serious. You do this time after time after time after time, and you get the same answer every time. At a certain point, it kind of dawns on you, this is the answer to the question, okay? You don't have to go on researching it anymore. It's like, okay, I got my answer. Every single one I look into, that's what I find out. They couldn't do anything differently. That's just a weird idea I have in my head. You could have been different, and for some reason you would not be different. And I've never found that to be the case. I still don't like what was done. I think it was excessive and completely unnecessary. Okay, but I can't hold a grudge about it anymore because I can't see that they could have done anything else.
that that's not what they should have done.
And that it was for the best.
I don't remember even saying whether it was for the best or not. I just said a fact for me. I still can't say that I enjoyed the trip. I just don't believe that it should have been different. Or even, honestly, could have been different. And you're quibbling about nothing. I've repeatedly said that I wouldn't trade it for anything. I see a tremendous value in it. And apparently, if someone says that I was disturbed by it and found it unpleasant, then they cannot value it. And so I think you're the one with problems bringing up, what if it wasn't for the best? Of course it was. What does that mean that it can't be unpleasant and disturbing? Except that you have this weird-ass belief, you see, that anything that's unpleasant, disturbing, cannot be valued. And I disagree with you. I don't see that to be the case. I do believe that answered your question and disturbed you a tad. Not true?
It answered the question, it's
Okay.
just not what I wanted to hear.
Excuse me?
Just not what I wanted to hear.
Yeah. So you have an alternative?
Yeah, I'll just stay stuck.
Okay. Okay. That is as best I can tell the facts, okay? I do know that it's true for me. I can sure look at my own life and the times when I did what I consider to be some pretty reprehensible things. At the time of doing them, I really couldn't do anything else for one reason or another. If I could have, I would have, to be blunt. I don't like particularly having to say that, but it's true. That's all I could do at the time. Even if it was intentionally going out and getting vengeance and so on, which you'd think really is mistreating somebody, huh? That was all I was capable of at the time. That was the best that my understanding and consciousness and awareness could do, is say, I hate your guts and I'm going to get you. And I couldn't do any differently at that time. I certainly hope that I've grown a tad since then, and that that's not true today. But that was true of all the things that I looked at where I owed amends myself. Okay, I couldn't do any differently at the time. And looking at that did help me to see how that was true for others. Well, sure, it's easy for me to set up an idea they could have done differently. But I sure know there were times when I couldn't. Theoretically, you could claim it, but not in reality. And the cases that I did investigate with as much diligence as I could, I basically found out the same for them. They simply couldn't. I couldn't do any differently. As far as I'm concerned, that wipes out the whole issue.
Phil,
Mm-hmm.
the reason I said what I said was,
Oh, I know. You always have a justification and a reason.
Yeah, I do.
And we always have to listen to it, whether we want to or not. Yes, we do, because you won't stop and not let us. So.
That when I look at stuff like that, as not just they couldn't have done anything differently, that's who they were. It's like they did what they did
and it was the most wonderful, fantastic thing because of-
Didn't you just say that a few minutes ago?
yeah. But it's not like this sort of, it's just like, it's fun. That's my point. And it's not like
And
this.
why do you feel this compulsion to make this point? What is disturbing you so much about what I'm saying that you just have to make this point?
It felt like such a, that there was this resignation that, there was like, you know,
Okay.
angst. That it
And
couldn't
what
have
is
been
your
any different.
compulsion that all the rest of us must feel precisely what you feel? Okay, it's a wonderful feeling. Good.
Yeah.
I'm very happy for you.
That's my point.
Why do you have this compulsion that I have to feel it too? Like, who the hell made you God?
I was making the point that it's like,
I heard your point. I don't think I missed your point. I think I repeated your point. I think you are ignoring my point. Well, it's interesting that you're the only one allowed with a point of view, apparently. Well, I have an alternative point of view. Who said that you get to go around forcing this crap down our throat? Just because you declare it good. Why would you want to do that?
I found that the stuff that made me happy with what I used to think was painful and something that
I get the picture. I'm
Yeah.
asking you why you have a compulsion to force us to do it too. Your way. I'm not asking you what your way is or why you like it so much. I grant you that. You're evading the question.
I thought if I found it useful to me, and
Right, so therefore all the rest of us must swallow it. And you are still not telling me what the hell's going on, that you feel this compulsion to do this. I totally understand the situation. You do not need to keep explaining the situation to me. It is not self-evident what is motivating you to do it, and I find it very bizarre behavior personally. Hey, don't get troubled about it.
no, I'm trying to think what that might be.
Yeah, please answer that question. This messianic missionary zeal sort of sucks. The world is full of too many missionaries who want to shove their version of reality down, and maybe their version is just the most wonderful thing in the world, but don't be so quick to shove it down everybody's throat. I actually personally agree with you. I still want to get across another aspect of the thing. That's one aspect of it. And I don't disagree with it, and you know damn well I don't disagree with it, but you want to shove it down my throat anyway. But I want to get across another aspect of the thing. You have got to see the illusion in the mistreatment itself. That's just all there is to it. It didn't happen. If you can go on to even see that it was a wonderful thing, great. If that's the way that you want to get rid of all of this stuff, great. I don't have a quibble with it. I don't care how you do it, to be honest with you. I really don't. I'm just asking you to get rid of all this stuff. But I don't get the compulsion to say that your way is the only way. I really don't. Your way is a wonderful way.
I take your point. It's worth looking into. It feels that way.
The next thing we got to look at is the whole idea of if I can see the illusion in this game that I played where I'm saying you mistreated me therefore you owe me. Now, if you never mistreated me in the first place, then you obviously don't owe me nothing, do you? Now, that's what I can do, is see the illusion in this. Okay. And I actually do agree with Mark. Those things that are so-called mistreatment are incredible gifts and opportunities that we have chosen to reject because they weren't put in the box that we liked. This is my favorite way of saying it. You package up a gift, but you put it in a box that I find objectionable, so take it back. Bring it back when you find a prettier box to put it in. That's the part that we have to do. Get to the point where we can be a little bit more objective about this and see that the mistreatment never occurred. It just didn't happen. It's even more interesting when you get to the point where you realize that, at least as an adult, this isn't quite so true as a child, but as an adult, most of the times when I was mistreated, it's because I expected something different of you than you actually did. In other words, I expected you to be someone else, and you refused. You insisted on being yourself. And you didn't do anything at all. I actually did it to me, because I couldn't be bothered to get to know you. That's not so true as a kid. I don't have that choice of picking my companions and whether I get to know them or not, and so on. They sort of greet me on arrival, don't they? I don't have a lot of say in the matter, but it certainly is true in later years. I associate with someone and I can't be bothered to find out what kind of person they are, and then I'm disappointed when they're not what I expect. And this is whose fault exactly? It even gets sillier when you start looking at the stuff as an adult, when you realize that they didn't do anything, I actually did it. They didn't even hurt me. I did that to myself, all by myself. I didn't need any help. This whole thing is just an illusion. Because I don't want to look into the whole question of, I did get hurt. And I don't want to understand it. I don't want to disidentify from all the lies that are being told about it. I don't want to see it for myself. So I'll just take this stock, ready answer that the world has given me, that you could have done differently, and for some reason or another chose to mistreat me. Now you're to blame and you owe me, and so on and so on. And that just isn't the way things are.
Did I hear you say on an old tape, I trust you to be you?
It's the only version of trust that ever makes sense to me. That's exactly right, yes. It is the only meaning of trust that makes sense to me. Because the meaning that human beings use for the word is just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Because what it says is, I trust you to live up to my ideals. Why? I can't. I had a hell of a time doing it myself. Why should I trust that you can? And then you fail and I go cuckoo? That's the weirdest definition of trust. I don't want to play that game. But I kind of like not walking around being defensive all the time and having to, be getting ready to attack. So I sort of decided to change my idea of trust. Because I really don't want to have to not trust anyone all the time. That's sort of annoying too. just as annoying as trusting in the impossible and then getting upset when they don't. So I thought, well, you know, what if I just sort of trust them to do the only thing that's going to happen anyway? Then I get to live in, as a very trusting person, a sleeping robot. I don't know who programmed him, do you? But even so, my point is that mistreatment, or is it just them being them? And the truth is, I live in kind of a dangerous place with a bunch of wild animals running around, okay? And the funny thing is, where I live, the only dangerous wild animal left is human beings, except a few dogs. There are a few dangerous dogs around, but the most dangerous ones are the folks I live here with, okay? You folks are dangerous. I gotta pay attention. I cannot just do like you do and walk around insulting everybody in sight just because I'm in a bad mood today, because I don't know when one of you is going to be one of those wild-ass ones that you insult them and they decide to beat the crap out of you. Who mistreated you? You think you have the license to walk around doing the damnedest things and everybody else should just make way? You get what I'm saying?
Sandy and I had a friend who paid with his life for insulting somebody.
No kidding. It happens. And yet we just all think we have the right to do it any time we damn well please, don't we? You did this to me, I should be able to do whatever I want back to you. Well, you know, you're not quite here in reality. It didn't like that. It just didn't like that. So, you just start looking at the whole picture and get out of this weird dream. I don't see any mistreatment. I may see some bad judgment on a lot of people's parts. I see some people who are very bizarrely conditioned, and I don't see that they can do any differently, whether it's so-called intentional or not. Anybody who lives here without recognizing that, you know, the folks who live around you, they are kind of dangerous, and you really just shouldn't go around ticking them off all the time. One of these days you're going to run into a dangerous one, and then whining because it happens. Like, I don't think they mistreated you. I think you were a fool for not recognizing that. You can't tell just by looking at somebody whether they're cuckoo. You just can't tell. You can be around them for quite a while, and then you suddenly find out that they're a homicidal maniac behind all that, and if you cross them, they're going to kill you. Any other questions or comments?
Phil, a big chunk of this one's accounts receivables is against life itself.
No kidding.
And does this technique of asking questions work of X as well as other human beings?
It isn't even X. It's just conditions. You don't believe enough in God to have an account against Him.
Creation, whatever the hell it is.
Whatever it is, yeah. I've met very few people that don't have a whole list of accounts just against life in general. Life has mistreated me. You're an extreme case of it, I'll agree. But somebody else will be an extreme case of something else, that's all. We all have that, don't we? Life has mistreated me. I was never given the proper conditions to show my true greatness. I love that line. Yeah, we've all got those. I'm starting off with, again, the people one, because I think if you get to a place where you can start to see the illusion in this, It's even more true with life. How the hell could life be any different? You think you know how life could be? Life isn't like that. That your grudge is that the universe is made the way it was? Okay. I'm glad you feel confident to judge creation. To me, that is the ultimate hubris, but I don't know a single human being who doesn't feel confident to judge creation. Do you? I do.
I mean, the intellect knows it's a futile thing to do, but the heart doesn't somehow. Not yet.
Yeah, and the purpose of that statement was, what contribution did that make to any intelligent conversation?
No. I guess the real question is
There is no real question there. That was a statement. It was not a question. There is no question there. It was a statement.
It was
A
useless.
statement of futility. It was not even useless. It was you saying, and I'm not going to do a damn thing about it. Fine. What skin is that off my back? It's your hell, not mine. Thank the Lord we cannot share hells. I'm locked in mine and you're locked in yours. If I get out of mine, you get to stay in yours until you get out. And it don't matter to me one whit. Because the amazing thing about heaven is that it changes the past. And when you get into heaven, it was all heaven all along, and thus what Mark says. And you look back at those horrible events of your entire life in gratitude that it happened. So, it means nothing to me that you're in hell and want to stay there. Except that I offered you a way out and you're turning it down. I don't care. And what's just a hilarious joke to me is that I carried a grudge against God from about the age of 6 until the age of 30-something. He didn't care. Me and I associated throughout all of that time. We did work together. Well, I hated his guts for one thing that he did. I know you hate for many things, but I had a hell of a grudge. I just could not see how that could have happened. I could not, and it was personal. It was something I asked him to do, and he just flat out wouldn't, and wouldn't even explain why. It was personal. Not this general grudge against life because it isn't set up just to suit me. It was personal, and we got along fine every now and again. I threw temper tantrums, because after all, he did owe me. It just made no difference. I don't know why you think I should take yours particularly seriously when, all through that period of time, I could not understand why I could forgive everyone but that one. So I just carried it around, and every now and again it would pop up and say, "Oh, I hate that guy, but I gotta talk to him now." That's just the way it was. I'm pretty sure that I was somewhere in the early 30s when I finally understood that I really had not been mistreated and gave it up. And it made utterly no difference between our relationship except I had a problem with it. I had to deal with it every now and again. I don't get what your point is, except you're just full of excuses. Really. If you want to see through that, you'll work your butt off to see through it. You don't. You want it paid. And that was my whole point when I decided it was necessary to talk about this. This was given to you as an incredible opportunity, just as it was given to this one. But there was a difference. I wanted it done. No one had to urge. I saw the need on my own. You don't. In fact, I honestly believe you want to hold on to it. You keep hoping that it'll get paid someday. And I do believe you're wrong. I don't think anybody owes you a damn thing. I know, I get real tired of you telling me that I owe you because you've had this horrible life. I get tired of it. It's the same thing I was saying. That's what I became aware of in the 20s, was that these accounts got me to have rights with other people that they didn't feel I had a right to. And it just wore on their nerves. That's it. I didn't get anything out of it. It just wore on their nerves. They got tired of me making demands. I had no right to be demanding because I was hurt, so therefore you owe me. Everybody I meet owes me. That's what happens, and it sucks. They're not going to acknowledge that. They didn't do it to you. It's the way I feel when black people tell me what a horrible person I am because my ancestors mistreated them. Like, what the hell does that have to do with me? And to be honest with you, in my particular case, I don't even think it's true. I don't think anybody, and most of my ancestors were Indians and serfs. And they came to America pretty late, and I don't think any of the ones that actually had the money to have slaves needed them. They had servants. What the hell do they need with slaves? But somehow I'm accountable for what a bunch of other people with my color skin did. But I've been given that impression many, many times back when that was a big deal. Okay, and after a while, to be honest with you, I just got tired of it. I just got tired of it. You play your game, but I don't want anything to do with this. This is ridiculous. You don't even know that it's true in my case that my ancestors condoned it, agreed with it, did it, or anything else. It's just weird setting up an account and then claiming that everybody has to pay me back because I was mistreated in general. And it just makes for a very unpleasant situation.
I've had girlfriends blame me for the patriarchal system. Have you not had that?
It's true, it was my idea, you know. And I personally promote it at every opportunity. If you want this burden removed, you'll keep looking until you find a way. No matter how long it takes, no matter how hard it is. And you won't accept excuses. Because that's how human beings are. All you can declare is your willingness to do a thing. Everything else is bullshit. You're either willing to or you're not. I still remember you screaming and yelling at me because I got out of a war in my faith. I'll never forget that. Not because of you, but because it was just so confusing to me what the hell was going on. That's why I can't forget it. Like, what is he going on about? I could not understand it, but I do now. Having gotten to know you, I totally understand what you were doing that day. You're taking out on me your grudge about your life. I was born on the other side of the world. Obviously, I had to do with it. Because I might have had to go through the hell that you did, and I found a way out. God, that's unfair! If I have to go through hell, why don't all the rest of you too? Oh, and I love you, by the way. You don't see anything foolish about that weird-ass stance? Any other questions or comments? I still remember that day. We just attacked, because I didn't want to go through the war of hell that he had to go through. That's exactly what I say. I looked at this whole thing and said, it's got to go. I just don't want to keep laying the strip on other people. It doesn't make sense to me to lay a trip on everybody that I come in contact with. You have to make up for my horrible mistreatment. That's weird. I know everybody doesn't do that, but some of us do. We just carry it around everywhere we go. Knock it off, I dare you. Right? You owe me. Just because you're alive and I got mistreated. That was the thing that I personally had to deal with. How could I ever hope to have a decent relationship with anyone? I don't mean romantic necessarily. With anyone. When I was walking around with that point of view that the whole world owed me something. That's kind of where it started. Ended up a lot neater stuff than that, but I mean that's kind of where it started. I just can't go on with this, not if I want to have any kind of life at all. Any other questions, comments? It's all a dream. It just isn't so. It is such an incredibly wonderful thing to be cleansed of that burden. Believing that I've been mistreated and people are such shits that on top of mistreating me, they won't even pay to give me what to owe me. Be able to walk through the world and just not see it that way. You might even find that some of your attempts to elevate your state of being and existence actually lead somewhere. If you're not carrying this weight around anymore. That constantly says, but wait. You can't feel good now. You have to remember that you've been hurt. You're going to tell me that hasn't happened in your life? But wait, you can't do this. Remember, you've been hurt. And you have to stop and remember your pain. This is a weight. I sure remember that experience a few times. Felt really good, and then this stupid little voice came up and said, "You can't feel good. You're wounded. Wounded people don't feel good." Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. Another reason it had to go. Okay, any questions or comments, or are we done for the day? Okay. Questions or comments? God. I told somebody I'd do the picture of man's. You all get to sit through it one more time. Can you see from over there, Steve? To draw a picture to communicate something. It puts it in a nice little graphic format. You don't even have to visualize it. About something we don't normally think about. We all know that we have a body. Unfortunately, we believe that the body is me, which ain't so. What I am is a spirit that lives in this body. Even, and it is not quite right. That's okay. And I have the ability to interact with the body. So that's what we draw this funny little wavy line for, to say that the awareness is associated with the body and it has the ability to interact with it. Most people call this their mind, which is an okay word, except it's misleading because of the way we use the word mind today. Mind really is thoughts, feelings, a bunch of information processing stuff in the awareness itself that can take all those thoughts and feelings and sensations that the body tells it about and make sense out of what's going on. Be aware. Unfortunately, the body is perfectly capable of being aware all on its own, isn't it? In a not very good fashion. Because when left on its own, it's aware sort of like a dog or a horse is. Just barely. Just enough to respond to the environment and keep itself alive. Because it's in the human body, it's a little bit smarter than a dog or a horse. Isn't it? The physical part of the human mind can do language processing, which a dog or a horse's can't. We've even more or less found a place in that little lump of matter that does that, huh? So you can have the illusion, if you like, that that's all there is the body. Can't you? And most do, don't they? You go and study physiology, and you study psychology, and you study all that stuff, and they will explain to you that that's all there is that body and the processing centers and so forth. And you know what? They're probably right, effectively, for most human beings. But there is nonetheless a spirit here, whether we want to admit it or not. And that's another aspect of mind. The spirit that can realize that it's here and live a conscious life and be aware on purpose instead of just by design. Because it has to. Because like the heart, it just beats all the time. And then we go a little bit further and say that this body is not only inhabited by one spirit, but it's crowded. It's got two in here. That spirit, around here we just call X, because we don't know very much about it at all. Heck, we don't even know very much about the awareness, do we? I used to think that you probably experience life about the same way that I do. I have long since concluded that I'm wrong. You don't. And that the truth is, I don't think you even know much about this. I think about all you know about is this. And you actually mistake the physical functioning of a bunch of nerve cells as being the mind, being the awareness. It is not. The awareness is a spirit. It's not a thing. It can use all of this stuff that goes on in the body as input. But it also has the ability, by interacting with this other spirit, to take charge of all of this and use it completely, if it wants to. If it wants to wake up out of the dream that it's a body, and that what the body does is me, and that's all I am. As far as I can tell, in most human beings, the identification of a spirit with a thing is absolute and complete. Doesn't even know it's there anymore. It just is the body and its thoughts and its feelings and its sensations and its odd little limitations and its mess of habits that it calls behavior. The way these two spirits interact, well, I should start from this. This whole thing is always an environment of some kind, right? I've always got something around me out here, huh? And that environment is constantly sending sensory impressions into the body that go into the physical mind, get processed into something I can understand about reality, a picture of it. That goes to the awareness. Now, since the awareness is dead, it just functions as though it were another organ in the body and automatically processes any information given to it and passes it on to X without doing a damn thing. Because it just apparently has just about enough life there to function as if it were an organ, a liver or a kidney or something. And stuff goes into it, and it does its little thing, and stuff goes out of it. Probably about the same way that it does in a dog or a cat. I presume that has to happen about that way in a dog or a cat too, because a dog or a cat actually has this set up the same way, doesn't it? It's got a little bit of life in it, a little bit of this unknown spirit that has made everything alive. And just like in a human being, that spirit is what has to keep the whole biology working. Because our wonderful modern science aside, this is not quite purely mechanical. Life has to be in all things to keep the show-go working. From the absolute lowest level that we only theorize exists up to the highest levels. Oddly enough, every single atom in this universe has a little bit of life in it. So the whole machine don't just fall apart. You ever seen a human being make a machine that repairs itself and is self-regulating? Yep, they all gotta have a mechanic come along every now and again, don't they? Because things sort of break down after a while, don't they? But interestingly enough, our marvelous scientists have posited that the universe is that way. It is a miraculous machine that is self-repairing and self-regulating, apparently. Doesn't require any intelligence to make sure it's functioning all the time. It'll be interesting if one day we wake up and the machine broke, gravity don't work no more. I I'd like to see the look on folks' faces if that happened personally. Oh, look, the universe broke. Where's the repairman? So all this information comes into the awareness, along with, unfortunately, a bunch of information about what it all means that is passed on to life. I think I spelled that wrong. Or an infinite intelligence that understands all of this and keeps it working. And that brings about a response in the environment, which means I do something, I take care of the situation. And that's called living, isn't it? So, one of the reasons that we talk about this is to remind people that they might want to check out and see if their assumption about what they are is true. That this is not the way we see things. That I am actually a spirit. There are a lot of folks who talk about it, but oddly enough, most of them claim to own a spirit, don't they? Now be one. Most of the folks, at least in this country, I hear that are willing to even admit maybe there's a little bit more than just this chunk of meat standing here. So they have a soul. I always wonder what it is that has that thing. They don't say I am a soul, do they? They have one. So they own the spirit. They still leave unspoken or unsaid what the I is, don't they? It has all these things. And I don't think they know what the heck they're talking about. I don't believe I've often seen them with any real experience of what they're saying. I think this is just an odd notion they've gotten into their heads, which explains the funny choice of language as far as I can tell. See if we can maybe get some experience of this, get that awareness to wake up again. Literally, as far as I'm concerned these days, to come back from the dead. And start looking around, because the awareness can perceive some things that the body simply cannot. And get that there is an awareness here that can do some things, and maybe one day live this life as a conscious being that consciously has an association with yet another spirit, that is life itself. Maybe live that way. If you don't want to be a very clever animal, if you're content to be a human being as defined by the rest of the human beings here, this is certainly unnecessary. You can just be a very clever animal, very proud of the fact that it's cleverer than all the other animals here. And talk about how wonderful and noble you are while you do the most depraved, vile things, along with some wonderful and noble things. And so on and so on. But if that isn't quite enough for you, good news. You could start looking for this particular point of view and see if you can wake up out of this dream that all you are is just an animal. I I know that's my words for it. I know you don't think you're just an animal. Wake up out of that dream and take a look around and see what you'd like to do. Now, the rest of the animals here are quite dangerous. Most likely, I can't guarantee this, but most likely, if you come out of the dream and you take a look around, you will kind of figure out that what everybody believes about what's going on here is about as nonsensical as anything you could make up in a story. It's just the most fantastical, ridiculous nonsense ever heard. And so you might sort of see that you don't want to do what everybody else does. Because it only makes sense if you believe they're nice. And if you start seeing things a little straighter about what's going on, a lot of it won't make sense, and you'll want to do some things that are really frowned on here. Just remember, they are a tad dangerous. And every damn one of them seems to be a missionary. And missionaries get real ticked if you don't agree with them and have a tendency to murder you. See, we all make fun of the missionary and the cannibals pot, huh? But we forget it actually works the other way around too, don't it? I'm sure there's quite a number of cannibals that were put in missionary spots. They probably don't have those pictures too much today, do they? When I was a kid, that was a very common cartoon, was a picture of a missionary in a big cauldron with a bunch of cannibals, because they used to like to go and tell the cannibals, you know, that they should like Christ instead of human flesh. That sort of ticked the cannibals off. And they told them, yes, certainly we really should. Why don't you sit in this big bowl? We're going to give you a bath. Let us heat the water a little bit for you. So if you do kind of make sense out of things here and decide you don't really want to do exactly what everybody else is doing, be a little quiet about it, okay? They really are kind of dangerous wild animals here. Don't rile them up too much. These days, human beings are sort of funny. And you can do just about anything as long as you don't say you're doing it. They don't seem to notice what you're actually doing most of the time. All they ever notice is what you talk about. So it's pretty easy most of the time if you're don't make a big deal out of it, okay? Just talk as if you're doing something normal, and then do whatever you damn well please. They'll never notice. They only believe words here. That's true. It is really true. Haven't you noticed that you can walk up and slap somebody up the side of the face as long as you don't say anything while you're doing it, and then if they get upset, you say, well, I didn't call you a name. I know you hit me on the head. Well, so, I didn't do it while calling you any names. I didn't say nothing bad. That's all that matters. It don't matter what I do. It just, you know, I did it, and I did it without saying anything nasty to you. It's true. You can do anything you want as long as you say nice things while you're doing it, according to human beings. But God help you if you say a bad thing while you beat them up. You know, that's really wrong. Okay, so that's one of the first ideas we want to maybe take a look at. if I actually understand being a human being? Or am I just buying an interesting lie, hook, line, and sinker, and I'm a body with a bunch of thoughts and feelings and sensations and desires and so on and so forth, and that's it? Or is there also a spirit here that could experience all these things and be aware of them and live its own life, regardless of what the body and all the rest of the cuckoo bodies here want to do? Any questions or comments about that? Okay. I wish we could just leave it at that. But it don't quite work that way. I think I lost the audience for this one. Shall we take a break? Apparently it's needed. We'll come back in a few minutes. Any questions or comments? I know that was a little bit of a bombshell this morning. I know because I'm the one who dropped it. But it is about where I'm at these days. It appears to be that you're not going to get a real experience of the fact that you are not all that stuff that's going on in your head without considerable practice at disidentification. And perhaps if you actually do disidentification enough, as a practice, you see, because that's all it is. It's not the thing itself, it's a practice. Then you might actually have the experience itself of being that awareness. But I don't know how that's going to happen if there isn't even some effort being made, that practice, you see, to say, I'm not this stuff. Because it does appear that the identification is complete. So you do some of the things that we suggest as a practice. You know, that's kind of the word for it, okay? My favorite definition of practice is to act as if until it happens. So many years ago, I used to practice the piano. I acted as if I could play it. I couldn't, but I acted like I could, and I kept acting like I could, and I kept acting like I could, and then one day I discovered I actually could. And that's what practicing is, isn't it? So you act as if you're not all of that stuff. And then see if one day it ever actually happens. And you actually are in a different state where you're aware of being a spirit that is not all those thoughts and feelings and opinions and crud that goes on, you see. It is very clear that right now that's, for most folks, just a theory, and they don't have any experience of it. I do find it interesting that they don't want to do the practice, however, and see if they can get that experience. So the next little part of this is to talk about the formation of the personality. Main thing that we are identified with and actually think is me. Excuse me. And that comes about by the process of birth. At birth, we all make a decision that we know what life is about. I think that's one of the funniest things I ever heard. I remember when I was in high school, I just thought it was the weirdest thing that what I was supposed to do was, before I had experienced life at all, because I did not personally consider living at home and going to school experiencing life. That was a very odd environment that I sort of hoped I would never be in again. At least not from the point of view I was in it then. It would have been maybe okay to be an adult in that game again, but it's a weird environment. What do you know about living when you're at home and going to school, is the way I felt about it. And yet I was supposed to look at all the possibilities, most of which I knew nothing about, and pick one that I wanted to do for the rest of my life. I thought that was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. How could I possibly know what I wanted to do with the rest of the life when I'd never even had one yet, really? Some folks around me didn't seem to have that problem. They knew what they wanted to do, but I wasn't one of them. I hadn't a clue. We did that once, I guess, so it makes sense to us to do it again. At the very moment of birth, we decide we know what life is about, even though we've never even experienced it yet. We've just begun to experience it, haven't we? We just arrived. Our entire experience so far of life on planet Earth is going from this lovely, warm, wonderful place where you don't breathe, you don't eat, you just float around in this lovely little sea, being fed and taken care of, and don't have to toil for a living, huh? Kind of sounds like paradise, doesn't it? Don't have to eat, you never get hungry. Don't have to work for nothing. Don't even know that there's something that you might have to work for, because there's nothing there but you and this little sea you float around in and a big booming sound. And then you go through this horrible little tunnel where you're just squeezed and pushed and prodded, go through this terrible pain where you arrive here and suddenly you do have to breathe. And they have this weird idea here called stabbing you in the eyes every time you open them. I'll never forget that experience. Like, who made up this idea? every time I move these little muscles up here, I get a stabbing pain in the front of my head. So the eyes finally got a little used to having light on them, huh? And then some idiot came along and stuck liquid in them, which hurt like hell. They used silver nitrate in those days, you know, so you wouldn't get infections, I guess. Damn, that hurt. That is our entire experience of life so far. Going from this wonderful place where everything's beautiful through a horrible pain so that you can have more pains. And we know what life is about. That's the decision we make. I know what life is about. I know the purpose of living. The entire purpose of this show, I already know. And basically, it's to go back where I came from because it really sucks here. It hurts here. We put words on that today because it does change a little bit as time goes along. The essence of it does not change. But it has to change a little bit because of the how. There is no way I can crawl back into mommy's womb. It just isn't going to happen, even if she maybe wanted it to, is it? It was hard enough getting out of there. I can't get back in. And I don't think they can reconnect all the tubes again so that I can go back to that lovely place we all dream of, where I just float around and I don't have to do anything. I don't have to toil for a living. And I do meet a lot of folks as I wander through this world who actually still want that state, don't they? Gee, I wish I didn't have to work for a living. Not me. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure I would be bored to death in about, well, maybe 36 hours. Since I've been working hard for quite a while, for the first 36 hours or so, I'd probably have a good time just sitting around doing absolutely nothing, maybe as many as 72, I don't know. But I was telling Dave, he said he went on this cruise ship. And I said, that sounds lovely, but I have this sneaky suspicion that in a few days, I would be going out of my gourd, wanting to get off of that claustrophobic little thing and nowhere to go out in the middle of the ocean. I don't think I'm very likely to do that. And then he told me that most of the company that one has on those things are old crotchety folks, you know. Yeah, that don't sound like my idea of a holiday. It sounds like something that drive me crazy. Obviously, not everybody's like that, but I think that would be true for me. I don't ever want to retire. That sounds like a good way to die really fast, just to escape retirement. But I know a lot of people who have told me that that's what they wish, that they could just sit on their butt and somehow or another everything would be okay, and then they could just do the fun things in life, I guess. Basically, what they're doing is pining for the womb, ain't they? Gee, I wish I could go back to just having the tube connected to me so that somebody else did all the work of digestion. And I had, all the air come in here, so I didn't even have to breathe. It's just such a pain in the neck, breathing all day long. That is our big striving on planet Earth. Life is a struggle. And you know, it's interesting that nobody ever finishes that sentence, do they? Life is a struggle. Everybody's content to say that half sentence and leave it at that. We all know it's true, don't we? Except for, you know, a few people who are conditioned to argue the subject. No, it's not. Oh, I don't know. You seem to be toiling away just like everybody. No, I'm not. Life is a great joy. Yeah, I see. That's why you wear that frown so often, huh? There are a few people who are conditioned to argue that point, but most people just go along with it, don't they? They know damn well it's true. Life is a struggle. A struggle to what? See? The sentence has no subject. That is not a sentence. They taught me when I was in school that every sentence needed a noun and a verb and something about that verb, isn't that right? This only has life is a struggle. A struggle to what? Doesn't say, does it? That is an incomplete sentence. I don't remember grammar well enough to know why it is, but I do remember they taught me some rules about how to make a sentence, and that one don't fit. Because it doesn't say what kind of struggle it is. Well, that's what it's a struggle. I want it to be non-disturbing here, and it isn't. And I spend every hour of every day trying to make planet Earth into a place that never bothers me. And it just ain't going to happen. So of course it's a struggle. Trying to do the bizarrest thing imaginable. Stop life from bugging you. Because you can't be free. You can't be free to live life the way it is. It always comes along and shoves something in your face that you're not free to experience. I'm not free to experience having somebody scream and yell at me. So now I gotta struggle away to make sure that nobody ever screams and yells at me again. No offense, but I really don't have to do that, you know? I am completely free to have you come up and just scream and yell at me and tell me what a jerk, fool, ridiculous buffoon I am. I don't have any problems with that. You can just do it for as long as you like. Because truth is, I don't care what you think. Not even particularly interested. You really want to volunteer it, that's fine with me, but I don't care. Just there's no skin off my back. You can do it for as long as you like. I'll just sit there peacefully and smoke cigarettes while you have at it. I do not need to escape that experience. It is a tad unpleasant, not because of the words, but because of the emotions that are always broadcast along with them. I find dealing with that emotional, because that's energy, you know. The words don't have much impact on anything but the ears. They're just little sound waves. But the emotional part, that kind of comes in. I got to deal with that, don't I? So that part I find a little unpleasant. I got to transform all that yicky energy you're throwing at me into something I like better. So I won't just be smoking cigarettes. I got to do a little work. It's unpleasant, but it don't disturb me much. I'm free to do that. I worked very diligently for quite a bit of time to learn how to transform energy, folks. I'm really quite good at it. So all you're doing is just giving me an unpleasant chore. Not really disturbing me. Transforming energy is actually the simplest thing in the world. When somebody does come up, I know I'm digressing here a little bit, but I'm not sure most of you have ever really listened to this, and so you still got to fight when somebody throws all that crap at you, okay? Instead of just learning how to deal with it, respond to the situation, you see. It really isn't hard at all. All you got to do is throw a little agape its way, and it goes and turns into agape, because agape has that really weird quality. It turns everything into itself. It don't much tolerate anything that isn't it. And you throw a little love at it, and poof, it turns into love. It's the weirdest thing. All you got to do while somebody's sitting there screaming and yelling and telling you how horrible you are is look at them and say, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. As far as you're concerned, this is the right, proper, or justifiable thing to do, and it's okay with me because that's what I do. I go around trying to do what's right or what's proper. You're no different than I am. This is just fine. And you just add that little bit of understanding to the energy, and it changes, and when it goes through your body, it's not that horrible, destructive anger anymore. And everything's hunky-dory. Just a little bit of work. That is the struggle that everybody talks about. Trying to keep unpleasant things from happening. You ain't going to be able to do it. I don't know how to stop all these idiotic people from putting car alarms in their cars, which don't seem to work too good to me. Now I understand they kind of have to do it, whether they like it or not, because if they don't, they can't get insurance on their car. And they gotta have insurance on their car, don't they? I don't think that's going to change anytime soon, thanks to the insurance companies. They don't work. I was on the phone with a client just Friday, and the car alarm went off. I could hear it over the phone. And of course, everybody talks about how disturbing it is. You see, how bugged they are by the fact. And finally, the person I was on the phone with said, did anybody go out to check? Maybe she's in trouble. There was apparently no woman in the car while it's going off. He said, you know, you might want to find out maybe she's doing that on purpose to get our attention. So clearly, if that alarm ever goes off, it's not going to stop nothing from happening because nobody goes to look anymore, do they? It just disturbs us all. And we sit around and complain about it. We don't even go to see if there's something going on. Now, how am I going to end that? And that's just one little thing out of life, isn't it? That's what I'm trying to do. Prevent the world from disturbing me, and I'm finding it a very difficult job. But as time goes along, I make up some ways to do it in this odd, strange environment I'm in called being a child in a family, which is going to last for a few years, and then I will never probably be in that environment for the rest of this life, will I? I hope. I hope I don't become a little kid that needs to be taken care of again. So I come up with some ways to deal with how disturbing it is, life is, that sort of work. in that one weird and protected environment where people know I'm a little child that can't take care of itself, so they know they have to take care of me, and that ain't never going to happen in this life again. It only works there. But because it does work, we think it's the best thing since sliced bread. We do it repeatedly. It becomes what's now known as conditioning. You do something that works about 3 times in a row, and it becomes conditioning or a habit, and you do it for the rest of your life unconsciously without even realizing what you're doing, and certainly never checking to see if it's still working. I always got to watch folks while I'm training them as employees. Never let them get away with a mistake more than 2 times in a row, or you're stuck with it for as long as they work with you. You'll never be able to change it because they can't pay enough attention to even notice they're doing it.
That's what the guitar teacher told me.
Yeah. I learned that. That's where I learned that with the piano. Okay? You never play a passage wrong twice. If you play it wrong twice in a row, get up and walk away. But don't do it again or you're stuck with it. That's exactly where I learned it. That was so annoying while I was learning the piano. Couldn't do it, so I'd do it wrong 2 or 3 times, and now I couldn't change it without tremendous effort. And all of a sudden, to change it, if you're playing an instrument, you have to suddenly slow it way down so you can pay attention to every damn motion you make and do it that way about 5,000 times. And then you finally get it through your head, okay, this is the way you do it, and not that stupid way you did it the first time. And that's the way it works. You do it 3 times in a row, and you are stuck with it for the rest of your life, unless you work really hard to deal with it. It's called conditioning. Now, the first thing that we do is we learn an interesting idea, which is that if I had my way, I would be non-disturbed. We make a decision. I want my way now. And the way to get it, the way to get my way, leaving out words, is to complain. Now, you see, as a child, that works. It's a built-in thing. Life kind of knows that most of us are pretty lazy. So it builds into human beings a couple things so that we would take care of our kids. One of them is this odd feeling that we all have, unless your body just really doesn't work. It's just built in, where you kind of look at a little helpless infant and you go, and you just want to go take care of it. You want that so much, like, oh, I will take care of that little thing. And sometimes it breaks, and then we're horrified because this is called mother love, you see. And it's holy, and it's sacred. No, it's not. It's an automatic function of the body. And sometimes it don't work too good. And then we see what really happens if we don't have that automatic function. The little thing starts screaming and you strangle it to death. And then we're all horrified. How could anyone do that? Because that's the other thing that's given. Just in case that isn't quite enough, that little urge that you have to want to take care of the brat. is given another ability, which is to make a sound that is like no other sound on the planet. And it is designed to be excruciatingly annoying to adult human beings, isn't it? An infant cry just sets our nerves on edge, and we have to go shut it up, don't we? So we go there to shut it up, and then that other thing kicks in and says, oh, I want to take care of it instead of killing it. All very well designed, isn't it? So your complaining works for a short period of time. You scream your bloody little head off, and some adult comes and figures out what's bugging you and takes care of it for you. You don't even have to know what's wrong. All you know is you have a sensation you don't like. You see? Perhaps it's hunger. Perhaps it's a little prick from where a pin went through you, because I grew up where we still use safety pins on diapers. I guess nowadays that just don't happen. You use Velcro. You never have to worry about the kid getting stuck by the pin, huh? Or some others, you're just having a sensation. You don't know what it is. You just know you don't like it. It's unpleasant. So you scream your head off, and somebody comes and just takes care of it. It's the most wonderful thing there is. And you sit there all pleased with this punch, and you say, look how powerful I am. Why, all I have to do is open my mouth and scream, and I get my way, and everything's lovely again. So you do that a few times, and now you're stuck with it for the rest of your life. And you spend the rest of your life complaining about everything in sight. Everything that bugs you, you just complain about it and complain about it in the many different ways that people have to complain so that it becomes a bludgeon that you use against those of us who are a little bit kind-hearted. You just beat at us until out of our kind-heartedness we will do like Mommy did and say, oh, I'll take care of it for you. Don't lift a finger. Why, don't get up from your chair. Just watch me do it for you. That's the theory, isn't it? It kind of stops working after a while, of course. And only rarely do I get my way from complaining. But now it has gone completely unconscious. I don't even know I'm doing it most of the time. If you think I'm wrong, sometime when somebody's complaining up a storm, when they're done, say, do you think your complaining is going to do anything? And listen to them tell you, I wasn't complaining. Because that is almost always what will happen. I wasn't complaining. I don't even know they're doing it. It's completely unconscious. That's the way it works. You do a thing several times, and it works. It becomes conditioning, it becomes a habit, and you do it from that point on unconsciously, without even realizing it's going on. And you certainly never check to say, does it still work? Do I get my way when I complain now? How often do I get my way when I complain? And that's a little thing that all of us needs to do in this one point of view. Check this out and see if you can see the illusion in this. Then we make another remarkable decision. I have a right to get my way when I complain. That's actually how it begins. I just love this power that I have so much that I come to another conclusion. Since it almost always works when I'm an infant, I come to the conclusion that I have a right to this. I have a right to be taken care of. And we start one of the most unpleasant trips that human beings do. Having rights and sticking up for them. And most of the time these days, we only see it in a sociological sense, since we have all gone absolutely insane. And all we seem to be able to talk about anymore is who has rights. And rights apparently are given to you by law. How you like them apples? The folks who originally kind of set this country up, that's not what they said, you know. They said man has certain inalienable rights. They didn't say we give them to him. They say they're there and you can't take them away. And then they said, and what we're going to do with law is protect them, which don't make a hell of a lot of sense, does it? If you can't take it away, I don't see why you got to protect them by law. Well, now we've changed our minds and decided that they're actually given by law. They're no longer inalienable God-given rights, because God, I guess, in the meantime, has left the scene. He was around 300 years ago, I guess, because I talked about him a lot, but today he's vanished. He got bored with us, I guess. So he stopped giving us our rights, and now politicians have to give them to us. No offense, but I'd rather be dependent on God than a goddamn politician, personally. I don't want to play this game. But that's what we think the game is about now. We hear the word rights, and because it's become a sociological thing, you see, a political thing, we think that's all there is to it. Boy, are you not looking. You're not paying any attention. When you get in a line, you have a right to my place in the line, don't you? If I'm there before you. It's true. And you will happily inform me of that fact, won't you? God help me if I don't move fast enough to suit you in that line. When you're driving down the freeway, wherever I am, somebody else has a right to it. And they get really ticked at me because I'm in their place and can't wait to just swerve around me and pull right in front of me, and half the time drive slower than I was anyway. They didn't want to go fast, they just wanted to be where I was. That was their place. They had a right to it. In relationships, you have a right to dictate my every move if I'm in a relationship to you, don't you? You have a right to tell me what to say, when to say it, how to say it, in what tone of voice, what emotion to have when I say it. You have so many rights, it is just unbelievable, don't you? Now, this is not a political thing only. It's just that politics is based on these same stupid infantile decisions as everything else. So we have decided to take an infant's decision and turn it into a political system. Fire decided it might do that recently. Fortunately, it changed its mind, but it came damn close. It said, I want that house. I want to turn it into little ashes. What do I have that cannot be taken from me? I don't even have a right to be alive. That's really easy to take away, isn't it? About all you need is a heavy object and a little bit of stealth. This whole game of sticking up for rights is just a very unpleasant, obnoxious thing to do. And it's not true. I don't have a right to a job. I don't have a right to get paid a certain amount of money. I don't have a right to anything. Except some things that apparently I could care less about, which is very interesting. The only rights I have ever found, nobody wants. I have a right to feel any way I like. And there's nothing you can do about it. I have a right when you come up and scream and yell at me to get me to do the right thing and stop disturbing you, to feel perfectly peaceful about the whole thing. And there's nothing you can do about it, even though you are trying really hard, aren't you? To get me to feel a different way and get all upset and do your will because you have a right for me to do that. But you're wrong. I have a right to feel about it any way I like. I have a right to decide to love you while you scream and yell at me and take no offense whatsoever and add no accounts to my little book. There's nothing you can do about it, is there? You cannot take that from me. Except we don't want that right. We don't want the right to freely experience everything any way that we choose. We want the right to make it be non-disturbing, don't we? And you don't have that right. So you end up getting in a fight. They disturbed you, and now you try to disturb them back, and we see who wins. But as far as I can tell, those are the kinds of rights I actually have. Ones that nobody wants, so they don't even know they're there. I have a right to determine my own state of being, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I don't have to go around telling people I have that right. I don't have to defend it. I don't have to stick up for it. I don't have to do any of this number two stuff. Because it ends with, I have rights, and I must stick up for my rights, because people keep trying to take them away. So I got to defend them. I got to fight for them. I got to go get them. I got to make, see, I don't have to do that with any of the things that I actually have a right to. I am well aware that you don't like the fact that I have a right to that, because you think you have a right to determine my state of being, don't you? And we all agree to that. We do believe that. You make me mad. I don't do it. You make me. And then you go on to the little list we talked about yesterday, because you did this bad thing to me. You changed my state into something I didn't like. You hurt me. You made me sad. You made me this. We don't want that right. And if you do take it, you'll probably tick folks off, because they want that power. They want that power to make you feel a certain way. And it's really annoying to them that you have the ability to determine your state and they don't have the ability to determine their state. They don't think that's fair. And they will happily beat you up. How come you can do that? How come you can just sit there and be okay with me being so upset? Don't you care about me? Yes, but I care about me more. That's number two. All those rights that I have. I have the right to disturb you until you change and stop disturbing me. I have the right to do that. I have the right to tell you how to live your life. Because see, if you don't live my way, then you will be disturbing me, and I have a right to be non-disturbed. The list just goes on forever. The number of rights that a person has. It makes most people just quite obnoxious to be around. Every time you turn around, they got another damn right that you got to deal with. Probably about lunchtime, huh? This all becomes a personality. Let me just wrap this up so we can take a break, okay? This is what we are identified with as being me. Each one of these decisions gets made over and over and over again, so there's not one of these in the awareness. There's a whole family of complainers that all do it different ways about different things. There's a whole slew of rights and ways to stick up for them. And these decisions eventually become what we call not I's. Little voices that pretend to be me and tell me what they think the thoughts that I call mine. All those thoughts begin with I. And if one is willing to do observation, one discovers that everything going on in the head, no matter how complicated it seems, no matter how obfuscated it gets, no matter how unapparent it is, in other words, is always boiling back down to one of these 6 things we're going to put on this picture again. It's either a complaint, it's either a right, or it's a way to try to con and manipulate other people into giving me what I want by pleasing them, and so on and so on. And all that's going on in this thing that I'm so convinced is me is a bunch of dead ideas that I had in childhood replaying themselves over and over and over again in their attempt to make life non-disturbing. It has nothing to do with me at all. That is not me. I am the spirit. I could have been aware of all of this and chosen the way that I want to live instead of having it dictated to me by a bunch of silly old men and now a few silly old women sitting in a state a few thousand miles over there and determining that they know how life ought to be. Because after all, I asked them to. I had the choice of what silly old man or woman will do that. And now I got to conform to this. I don't get to choose. I get to pick a way through what they left me as an option. I don't get to be a sovereign spirit anymore. That determines what's going on in here, the state that I am in, determines what I will know and not know, understand and not understand, and what I will do with this life. First it was usurped by these folks on the inside, and then we happily gave it away to everyone around us. As long as they will provide us with the hope of non-disturbance, I will gladly be enslaved. Any questions or comments? Sounds like a geriatric ward. got to admit, I've been doing my share of hacking too. Any questions or comments? Okay, let's take a break.
Push-ups had a very swift.
Okay, we'll finish it then.
So,
He's got tapes.
yeah. Oh, we don't have. I mean, I'm not suggesting that.
I lost the attention of the person that asked me to do the well, that I told I would do the picture. Man, they didn't really ask. I shoved it down their throat. So we can either continue with the picture of man or just drop it all together, whichever you prefer. You want to finish this? Is it useful to you? Because it'll be useful to everybody if I finish it.
I never tire of hearing it myself.
Okay.
Every time I hear it, I hear something new.
I would hope so. On the day when
Hear about
that's
something completely different.
on the day when that stops, you will probably have gotten this, and you won't need to come back to these stupid frigging meetings anymore. I remember that event very clearly. First workshop I went to, and I sat through the whole thing and said, so?
No.
And I stopped going after that. The teacher was now inside. It was life. I'd gotten what I came to get. That day does come, thank goodness. Hasn't arrived yet, that's fine. At one particular workshop that I went to, I was, kind of one of the new people in those days, but there are a lot of people who've been around for a decade or so. Man who taught me never got near as crotchety as I do. But he was in a crotchety mood that day. So he gave this talk on an interesting little section of the Bible that showed that one of the greatest prophets before Christ was just like completely wrong about everything that was going on as far as the outcome of talking to folks. Something that's probably good for Phil to remember, because he was just like Phil. Doom and gloom, it's not working at all. Why are we even bothering to do this? And X said, boy, are you wrong. And pointed out a whole lot of things. And Bob sort of summed it up with, you do realize that all of you who keep coming back here, you're coming back because you didn't get it. And that if you got it, you just wouldn't come back here anymore because you got what you came to get and there's nothing left to do. And I was sitting there in the chair as I urge you folks to do when something has nothing to do with you. And I sat there and said, yeah, what's your point? You're right. So? But I realized that he was talking to a lot of people who had been coming back to get it for 10 or 15 years. And there is a certain point where if you were coming to get it and you ain't got it, you probably aren't going to. I think that was the point he was trying to make. But I do urge you to understand that a lot of times the person is speaking to most of the folks in the room and it has nothing to do with you. You can be a little patient, can't you, while they talk to them? And that's what I did on that particular instance and said, yes, you're right. That is certainly the case. For me, I haven't gotten it yet, and that's why I'm here, and I'm planning on coming back till I do. So what? You want to get crotchety about it, feel free. But I do remember that. I do remember the particular time when I went and I heard it, and there was nothing in it that was new. And I said, okay, I got it. I'm out of here. Until that happens, I would expect that would be the case. Every time, it's one of the beauties of symbols, okay, is that every time you look at them, you see a new relationship in them. If a symbol is good, that's the way it works. So, we'll move on to lovely decision 3. A great gift. Because without decision 3, this would be all that would ever happen to you unless you were extraordinary enough to realize something was wrong. 3 is a great gift. It took a number of incredibly wise people to come up with this one, and some of the and 4 as well, in order to create enough internal turmoil and misery and suffering for human beings that they would look for a way out. Unfortunately, people tend to, a lot of them anyway, glorify these and say 3 is the good one and 1 and 2 are the bad ones and so on. But it just isn't so. They're all goofy. But what happens next is that if you leave a person at this, there would be no inner conflict. There would be no inner turmoil. They would happily just be a barbarian. You want something, you have a right to it, take it. If anyone objects, kill them. That would be the world that we lived in. What we consider to have finally civilized ourselves past, isn't that right? We don't live in this horrible, bad old days where the strong just took what they wanted and became royalty somehow, as people said last night, and then claimed it was blood lineage and so on. Oh, we don't live in those horrible old days. Yeah, well, that's because some people came up with the idea of making authorities who would make you miserable because you don't do the right thing, and with trying to convince you that you should please something greater than yourself, just as you do on the inside when it's mom and dad. So we began a process that we now take for granted, but required considerable expenditure of time and energy to come up with in the first place, of socialization. And we tell this little brat that it can't have its way all the time, and that it doesn't have rights, I do. And it better do what I want if it wants to be non-disturbed. So we start disturbing that little kid until it does what I want. It makes a third decision that I must please others to get my way. Now you can see how religion uses this idea, can't you? They say, you've got to please God to get what you want. And if you're not getting what you want, even here in the physical, material world, well, God must be pissed at you. He don't like you. And they turn this stupid, ridiculous idea into some kind of religious, holy thing. So a lot of people really, by decision number 3 is the way to live, have turned it into either what a great religious person they are, or what a noble, self-sacrificing person they are. And they get quite disturbed when it's suggested it's just as dumb as all the rest of these. But it is. Because of the last part of this sentence. I'm not pleasing you to please you. I'm pleasing you to manipulate you and con you and connive to get you to change. Now, it is really no different than this, is it? One says, I will make you miserable until you do what I want. Doesn't it? I will just sit here and make your life horrible. Making noise and telling you how bad everything is because of you until you do it. 2 says, I'm going to force you. And 3 says, I'm going to manipulate you. But it's all for the same purpose. To give me the power to get rid of things that disturb me. This one may be a little more pleasant to deal with, okay? Until, of course, you finally get to the point where the person trying to please you to get their way gets fed up because it's not working, and then they revert to the other side. Then it's not quite so pleasant anymore, huh? And that is usually what happens sooner or later, isn't it? I've done all these things for you all these years, and you still won't give me what I want, and now you owe me big time. It pretty much always comes down to that sooner or later, doesn't it? But this is another one of the unconscious behaviors that we pull off all the time. Like I say, we rarely say the whole sentence in our head. I'm going to give them this. We don't say why. And we feel very noble for doing it, very good about ourselves. But the interesting side effect of doing that is that we now have a problem. I have 2 ways of getting what I want, and they conflict. You see, if I please you to get my way, then I'm not doing what I want, I'm doing what you want. And that's what this side says. This side says I should do what I want to do all the time. And I should have things my way all the time. And then this side comes along and says, yes, but if you do that, you'll just upset everybody, and then you'll never be non-disturbed. You should do what they want. So I'm now in inner conflict. So we have this lovely setup where I have made life into a struggle. A struggle to achieve a permanent state of non-disturbance. And now life is a conflict. What a fun way to live, huh? Struggle and conflict. And this basically manifests inside of the mind that I'm completely identified with as a constant, unending inability to make a decision about anything, because every single thing there is to make a decision about, I have conflicting ideas on the subject. I've always got a yes, but. As long as one of these not eyes pops up about something that I haven't put too much importance on, that I do the right thing, and says complain and get your way, fine, I just act out complaining and everything's hunky-dory, as long as nobody makes a scene about it. And then, of course, if they get upset that I'm complaining, then I go into conflict about it, don't I? And I have to defend self and all that sort of stuff, or the other way around. If this one is the only one that says anything, then I try to do something nice for you. It's fine, I'm not in conflict. I think it's the right thing to do. I feel good about myself because I did this nice thing. And everything's hunky-dory. Until, of course, I realize that I didn't get what I wanted, and then I go into conflict about it. But when there is any event that I put a lot of value on, that I think is important, because that's the way we usually put value on things, isn't it? We say, this is an important decision. Well, this will affect the rest of my life. Well, which one didn't? The decision whether to turn left or right down some street affects the rest of your life, doesn't it? Will you ever be able to go back and undo that turn? Go the other way? No, it's too late. If you do, and go to see what's on the left-hand side, it won't be what would have been there 3 years ago, would it? Every decision does that. It affects the rest of your life. It's just that some of them you decide to make a big deal out of that fact. This one's important. And anytime you do that, you're in trouble now, because you can't make the decision anymore, can you? One side jumps up and says, you've got to do it this way. You've got to please them. You've got to do the right thing. And the other side says, yeah, but what about me? What about my rights? What about what I want? And now you can't decide what to do. That's our life. We've always got something like that in life, don't we? How much time do you go between conflicts over decisions? I bet you have a number every day, don't you? And a bunch of them that there was no inner conflict because you didn't put that big a deal on it, so you just identified with whatever not I told you what to do about it. But any time you decide that this one has some importance in your life, you can't make up the mind, can you? Kind of the way it works, huh? And then you go running off looking for advice. Somebody just did that today. And I just flat out said, I cannot advise you on this. I just can't do it. I don't know any more than you do what would be the right thing to do in this circumstance. I just don't know. So this time you're just going to have to figure out some other way to end the inner conflict, because I can't do it in this particular case for you. I just can't do it. I don't know. This one is important. And of course it isn't. Just isn't. Nothing's important here. It matters to you. That's fine. You're welcome to put whatever value you want on the experience. That's fine. But don't play this game that this one's important. It isn't. You cannot know the right thing to do in advance. You just can't do it. Because that means you got to know the future. You got to know the outcome in order to know the right thing to do, and that's impossible. It's just impossible to know what will come of it. Either way. That's the game that we end up playing, this hellish game. That I've got to get non-disturbance. In order to get non-disturbance, I've got to know the future. So I've got to be able to figure out what the right thing to do is, and I have conflicting ideas on what's right. They're all equally true to me, because when I made the decision, each one was absolutely true. And I get stuck in that memory of having realized this is the right way to do things. They disagree. We give all kinds of weird names to what is really just a state of being identified with liars who all claim that they know the right thing to do, and not a one of them does. Well, they argue about which one to believe. We call that making a decision. And as we all know, if you just make it important what restaurant to go to, we'll never get there, will we? Because we invoke all of this about a simple thing like, where do you want to eat? Just make it an important event, huh? Eating, and good luck. I hope you get to the restaurant sometime soon. We even had to institute a whole profession in the world just to deal with this, called salesman. That is the job of salesman, to get you to make up your mind. Every time you go to the store, almost, once in a great while, you actually go there knowing what you want, and you just go in and get it. Isn't that right? But most of the time you go to the store and you don't already know what you want, and you get there and they got two choices for everything, don't they? At least. And you stand there saying, oh, which one should I buy? And somebody's got to come up in order for the company to make any money at all and convince you to buy that one. Now, is that one better? Who knows? But they got to get you to make a decision, or you'd stand there and stew about it all day long and then walk out with nothing, and the company would go broke and nobody'd be able to get paid and nobody'd have any money to not buy anything tomorrow. Isn't that about right? And we had to create this whole profession just because of the fact that human beings walk around in this weird state of inner conflict all the time. And then, of course, we hate them because they get us to make a decision, but if it doesn't turn out to be the right one, then we hate them and call them these nasty people who would sell anything. Although I do remember a time when I saw a mug in a store that just caught my fancy. It said, "Trust me, I'm a doctor." So I bought it and gave it to a doctor friend of mine, and he looked at it and just started chuckling away, and then he said, "That's sort of like saying, trust me, I'm a used car salesman, isn't it?" And I said, "Yeah, that was exactly what I thought when I bought it for you." That's the epitome in our eyes, isn't it? The used car salesman, they always tell you that it's a great car and who knows whether it is or not. But that's their job, get you to make up your mind. It's very hard for you to do. Heck, look at all the people who have that job. Psychologists, politicians, priests. All these people, half their job, what is it except to get other people to get out of conflict? huh? I kind of like the teaching's way of getting out of conflict. How about if I begin to observe this personality that has been built based on inner turmoil with conflicting ideas about how to get what I want. And I start to observe it and understand that it is actually a very simple thing. It seems complex because each one of these is a legion. There's not one way of pleasing in me. There's many, many, and even within pleasing, there are conflicts, aren't there? So one will say, please this way, and you're agreed on the fact that that's what you need to do, is please them. But then another one says, no, when you please people that way, it don't work. You got to do it this way. So there's even conflict inside of one little group of eyes that all agree on the basic premise of what you ought to do. Huh? Now you got to pick the right way to please them. Because it'll say, you know, we've tried to please them in the past and nothing we seem to do works. They just won't be pleased by anything we do, so we got to come up with a good way of pleasing them this time. Then in order to control you in society a little bit more, some people convince you to make another decision that I must believe and do as my authorities tell me to get my way. This one I find particularly humorous. As I remember when they got me to make this decision, I fought it a tad. The first three I didn't fight at all. But yeah.
I'm sorry to stop you. I just thought there was an incomplete thought. To get out of conflict, observe the personality. You say it's actually quite simple. The teaching's way to get out of conflict is just to observe.
Is to observe it. You're right. I didn't quite finish that. Disidentify from it. And I'll make the decisions myself. Thank you very much. I really don't need a damn machine doing it for me. I'm willing to accept that I don't know the right thing to do, so I don't try anymore. And I can do something that that machine cannot do. I can just become such a good and accurate awareness function that I simply describe what is going on very clearly, as I recommended to somebody earlier. Goodness gracious. Saw us all, everybody jotting down like it was this novel idea. Okay, there's this strange experience going on. I don't know what it's about, but it's uncomfortable. Well, uncomfortable experiences tend to be telling me that something needs to be done that's being left undone. Kind of what an uncomfortable experience often is. And I said, why don't you just describe it to life as accurately as you can, say this is what I'm experiencing, it don't make sense to me, and say, have at it. Go ahead and do something about it. I don't know what to do. I can do that. The not-I's can't do that, can they? They always have to know what is the right thing to do. I don't know what's the right thing to do, but I don't care. Because I can just tell X about it and let him do something. He's a lot smarter than I am. Now, conflict's over. I don't know what the right thing to do is, and I don't care. In fact, I don't even always know what to do, and I don't care. But to go back to this one, and like I say, I remember when they tried to convince me to believe in authorities, okay? So that's the first one that I put up a little resistance to. Not a whole lot. They won pretty fast. It disturbed me royally until I went along with it. But I do remember very clearly which you probably don't do because you didn't fight it, unless you did fight it. But I remember very clearly that what I was supposed to decide was that these people somehow knew more than I did about life and how to get what you want out of life. And if I would just do what they said, I'd be happy. I'd get non-disturbance. And I remember looking at them and saying, "You are the most miserable people I've ever seen. Why should I believe that you know anything more about happiness than I do?" I remember sitting in the principal's office one day saying, "You look miserable. And you want me to do what you say? Why, so I can be just as miserable as you are someday?" But that's the game. There are authorities out there. They sell you this idea that somehow they know more about getting non-disturbance than you do. And if you would just do what they say and believe what they say, you'd be okay. And we all pretty much buy that one hook, line, and sinker and start getting all sorts of authorities in our lives that we just got to believe what they say and do it, and maybe even shove it down everybody else's throat because it's the right way to do things, you know. And then the world will be a lovely place. We'll all be happy and non-disturbed. So now we got a zillion authorities in the head, huh? This next one I put up a little resistance to as well. But I just couldn't see a way around it. 3 and 4 are pretty much, we're kind of coerced into making those two, aren't we? By outside. The rest of them we pretty much do on our own. Although this one, as I say, I did fight. I did not want to believe this, but I couldn't see any way around it. And that one pretty much says, I am a mess. I've been trying to get non-disturbance now for years, and it seems like every day I get a little bit further away from being non-disturbed. I'm getting more and more upset as time goes on. There must be something wrong here. And since I cannot question the purpose of living, because I don't remember what the purpose of living is anymore, that goes unconscious so fast, it's unbelievable. I can't question that. But I have to figure out what's wrong. And the truth is, what's wrong is that I'm being an idiot and trying to get non-disturbance on a planet where it don't exist. That's it. That's what's wrong. But I can't do that. So I question me. And I decide that there's something wrong with me. And I'm going to have to figure out how to be different. These decisions can work pretty good together, and the other side's decisions can work pretty good together, but they're always a conflict between the two of them, you see. After all, I can go out and find an authority to tell me how I ought to be different, huh? And then 4 and 5 can work together. 4 can quote that authority back at me all the time while 5 tries to act it out.
Question.
Yes, sir.
This is probably a joke question, but
Probably what question?
this is probably a joke question, but
Oh, okay.
if
Get ready to laugh.
if you so are successful people who just pick one side and don't have conflict in a
Well, nobody, no,
secular
I
sense?
don't think anybody ever gets to that point where they have no conflict, okay? practices that are designed to make you successful in the world are to weaken one side and strengthen the other so there is less conflict, yes. Absolutely. We have two primary ways of doing that these days. One is religion and the other is psychology. Religion strengthens this and weakens this to at least lessen the conflict, and psychology does precisely the opposite. It strengthens this and weakens this. Yeah, the less conflict you're in, probably the more successful you are in the world. Absolutely.
In a secular sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure anybody ever, I've never seen anybody who actually gets to the point where there's no inner conflict, okay? And I've seen some pretty successful people on both sides of the fence, both in the money-making sense and successful in other fields of endeavor, okay? And I've never met one of them yet that had no conflict. But they sure had less than others, yeah. Yep. Folks I knew that had made a lot of money, it's why they call it swimming with the sharks. Because they could just ruin your life completely and then go have a good meal and a nice lay and go to bed, and it didn't seem to bother them one bit. No conflict about it. Number 3 never, ever, ever jumped up and said, look what you did. Nor did 4, okay. On that particular subject, they had no conflict. But boy, watch them try and make a decision about what property to buy next. And they still need salespeople to help get them to make a decision about how to continue being successful, most of them. And wait till they get home and their wife bitches that there's no money to buy furniture. Here they are, the wealthiest. That's an actual experience I had. I knew this one man. Talk about money up the yin-yang, okay, whatever a yin-yang is. And his wife was just constantly complaining to him and me and everybody in sight that he wouldn't even give her that's all she wanted, $15,000 to do a little decorating around the house. And even to me, $15,000 isn't all that much money, and I'm not rich, but if I really wanted the house decorated, I think I'd swing 15 grand over a period of time if necessary, all right? When she told me the amount, my mouth just fell open. That must be chump change to this guy. So, every night he'd have to go home and listen to that and have his own little conflicts over it, which I'm sure happened. I don't think anybody ever ends conflict. That is basically the teaching of the world. You can lessen inner conflict, but it is impossible to ever end it. You find anything in the world that teaches that ending turmoil and inner conflict is possible, and I would like to see it. I really would. I've never encountered that. They all teach you ways to lessen it.
I was talking to this friend of mine in England who sells houses, and I said, what do you do? I said, do you get him out of conflict? He says, oh, yes. I said, how do you do it? He said, the main thing he does is he tells them somebody else is going to buy it if you don't, it's going to go. Does that make the hypothetical buyer an authority as well?
No, that invokes possessiveness. It invokes possessiveness, for one thing, and gets that greed going, okay, which they've apparently forgotten about in the midst of the conflict, and makes one of the most powerful suggestions you can use as a salesman. Tell a person they're stupid if they don't buy it. one of the most powerful things you can do as a salesman is to make the suggestion that they would be a fool or somehow look ridiculous if they don't do this. It's tough to do. You got to find, because you can't come out and say it directly most of the time, but that's the gist of it. Oh, I must be really stupid that I can't see how desirable this is. Everybody else does. Okay. Then, with the onset of adolescence, all those nice little hormones lead us to see life a slightly different way and we make a new decision. Which is, I was wrong when I made decision 5. I got to go back to the inner conflict again. It actually isn't my fault that things are all messed up. It's you guys. It's your fault that I'm unhappy. It's either you or, as Eddie would happily tell us, circumstances. He is the epitome of number 6. Why did I have to be born in a war zone? Nobody else had to. It just isn't right. Who put me in a war zone? It includes circumstances, and we decide that everything but me should be different. And thus begins our endless campaign of placing blame. But also completing the conflict. 5 says, look what a mess I am. 6 says, no, I'm fine. It's everything else that's a mess. And if I just get all those people to straighten up and fix the mess, I'll be happy.
Well, what is the obsession with fitting things into a rational framework? Is that,
Power.
so that's,
Power to get your way, non-disturbance. If you can just understand it, you can control it. And that's what all of these are about, is an attempt to control circumstances so that I will no longer be disturbed. It's just that simple. It's another form of power. What the self is on an endless quest for. Each of these, as far as we're concerned, represents a tremendous power because it gives me the ability to control circumstances so they no longer disturb me. And for some, the belief that if I could just make sense out of everything and see how everything fits together, then I could control it. I could cause everything to go my way. And the interesting thing is that much of the time, this is weird, but it's still true. I actually believe that I've accomplished it if I just do it mentally. I don't even have to do it physically and actually achieve anything. If I can just get the mental job done, you see, that gives me the illusion that I've controlled things. And I'm okay with that until, of course, I find out that it hasn't physically happened and I get all upset and so on. But much of the quest for power ends up just being imaginary thought power. And we're okay with that. Any other questions, comments?
It's actually number 5, then, isn't it?
Say that
It's a
again.
version, that's a version of number 5.
Most of the time, yeah. Most of the people who are playing that game, it's 5
Right.
and actually doing the work with a little help from 4.
Right.
Yeah. Any other questions and comments?
About the thought that I'm better than this person or that person, which not
Power.
is that?
Well, probably all of them. I'm sure one thinks it's a better complainer than everybody else. If you're a big complainer and you really believe that complaining is good and gets you your way, then all of them. And it's the power thing again. If I can decide that I'm superior to you, then I have somehow controlled you, at least by thought. And I do believe all of them do that. Okay, this body must go to the restroom, so let's take a break. Play this game one more time. Somewhere in there, all of this, there is still an awareness function that is aware of being an individual expression of life. In a very deep hypnotic trance. I get this other function of the self that gets to listen to all the suggestions from the various nod eyes. It's the endless conversation in the head. Every sentence of which either starts with I or is about I. Got to figure out what to do. To tell this I to tell X to get something done. If you've questioned this a little bit, whether or not this really is what life is about. Being happy is a part of life. No big deal to continue maybe working at being happy. Although the method, the way of going about it is about as screwy as anything that a human being could conceive. And it really is doomed to failure. Particular way that one goes about being happy. That basically says you're happy when you get a thing. Isn't that right? Happiness comes from getting things. Either you get the right lover so that they can make you happy, or you get the right job or the right whatever it is. You find the right activity that produces happiness for you. But it's all about getting things. We seem to forget this very fundamental idea that I heard expressed one time as, if you live to get, you will live in lack. If you can be happy living in the midst of lack, I will be very surprised. Especially when you've decided that things that should give you happiness, and what you're living in is all that you don't have. It's just not going to work. You cannot produce happiness from the environment. And then this poor little self develops this tremendous craving for power. The power to control things, which includes others, doesn't it? So that I will get the happiness I'm searching for. Okay, fine. This is a part of life. The pursuit, and maybe even accomplishment of happiness is a part of life. There's nothing wrong with it. Unless you make it the whole of life. It is an aspect of living. And the amusing thing is that if you make it an aspect of living instead of the whole, it's quite easy to accomplish. Because you get that it isn't based on things, and you start producing it yourself. And the interesting thing is that you feel picked on if you have to do it yourself. It should have been given to me. Why should I have to do it? You're willing to maybe to do things that will make the things that get, but you expect the thing to give you the happiness, period. So you go and get the right job, and then if 6 months later you're not happy in it, then it's the job's fault. So, I did my part. I found the right career. I did this, I did that, and now it isn't making me happy. If someone were to come along and say, well, why don't you produce a little joy at work instead of expecting it to make you joyful, you get kind of resentful, huh? Why should I have to do that? I don't know, because that's the way it works. For a little while, the job did it for you, you see. You just went there and joy just happened. You were pleased as punch to be there, and then after a while that wore off, as all things do. That's the problem with things. It's part of why you always live and laugh, you see. Anything that works, we get used to it after a while, and it sort of stops working as well. And then you got to put a little joy into it. Except this side jumps up and says, wait a minute, I have a right for it to come from the thing. I don't want to do that. It really isn't that type of job. If you can get a different idea. Okay, this idea is that I get happiness from something. The other idea says you live in what you radiate, which is true of any radiating body. Those of us who talk about this idea always love to use the example of the sun, because it's the greatest radiating body in our experience, isn't it? It is a heck of an example. The sun lives in the midst of mainly nothing, with a few little bodies around it, huh? But mainly nothing. It radiates forth energy, doesn't it? It would be a very amusing thing if it ever did, wouldn't it? I wonder what we'd pay. What could we possibly pay to pay back that which has made life possible here?
The second line is what that mindset.
But for the sake of this little discussion, let's stop being the benefactors and let's be the benefacting. So this is where the sun lives, in an immense emptiness, primarily, with a few little things here and there, huh? For whatever reason, it pours forth this energy, most of which we perceive as light. So what does the sun actually live in? its own light. Isn't that right? We happen to also be the benefactors of the fact that the sun just feels like sitting there and pouring forth energy. Without it, life would not be possible here. Every bit of energy on the physical level that you see is transformed sunlight, almost. Most of the energy that makes life possible certainly is. And, you know, the sun doesn't ask for nothing back, but it ain't doing it for us. We are just innocent bystanders who happen to benefit. And why would it ever ask for anything back? It didn't do it for us. It did it for itself, most likely. It said, you know, I'm bored with darkness. I'm bored with empty space. I don't want to live in darkness and empty space. I'm going to pour out energy and light. Hey, look, neighbors. Where'd they come from? And that's the alternate idea that this will just never see. Or if it does see it, it just gets in love with the idea and quotes it as an authority. But it doesn't see any point in living it. If you understand that concept, happiness is not particularly difficult to produce, or whatever you want to call it. Radiate it. It'll be what you live in. It's an aspect of life. No one said don't do it. But if you ever get to the point where you just don't feel like that's enough, that somehow one has missed the mark by thinking that was the whole thing, there's something else to do. It's fine for what it is. But when it's made the whole light, it's clearly missing something. That's what you said earlier at the table. Think about it, that's just exactly what you said at the table. You can do it. You can do all those pursuits and so on, but somehow they're missing something, and you're not just adding some other element to it, huh? If you ever get to that point where that's true for you, that's the way you perceive things, then there is a way to change one's condition so that this real I, this awareness of life's expression as an individual can. Are you really coming to this thing? Oh, okay, good. Can get out of this horrible state that it's in, being deeply lost in a trance, not consciously aware of itself as life's expression. And that's what we talk about. Apparently that longing or need to do that is not very powerful in most people. So they get started and they never quite finish the job. The first thing that I must do is to clean up this mess. This is my home. This is where I live. It is a mess. I gotta take care of the mess. But please make that be the first thing you do, and not the only thing you do. Okay? Yeah, you gotta go, as they used to say in the old days, weed the garden. That's fine. There's some neat stuff that could grow in there that's being choked out by the weeds. That's fine. It's a necessary part of things, but it's not the whole of it. That's done by setting up what we call an observing eye that begins to check out what's happening. The picture of man is a kind of very undetailed map, a guide, to see what's happening. So you can start identifying the weeds. You do some work at getting that set up so there becomes something in self that is always watching the not eyes at work. And a recommendation is that you use this map as a guide to try and identify them, because they look very complicated and complex and so on and so on and so on. And try and simplify it and see if you can identify in all that stuff that goes through the head one of these 6 not eyes at work, or families of not eyes, so you can kind of make some sense out of the whole thing. And also see, this really isn't me. It's just the same 6 decisions over and over and over and over and over again in a way that looks outrageously complicated and like it's much more than that, and it is not. There is a few other things in the self besides the not eyes. And most of that is technical training. The ability to drive a car. Mark's ability to play with those cameras, make them do what they're supposed to do. And so stuff like that. That's also in there. I wouldn't read that part out. That's why we don't talk about it too much. That seems to be okay. That's pretty healthy and life-giving. We all need that sort of stuff. You can kind of just let it sit there and maybe even encourage it a bit, huh? These are weeds. They're just choking everything else out. They really need to be dug up. If I can get pretty good state of ongoing watching of all the stuff that's going through here, all the thoughts and feelings, and see how they all come from one of these 6 things in one way or another, then I can maybe get this observer to also start repeating that endlessly as a litany. This isn't me, this isn't me, this isn't me, this isn't me. In the hopes that one day the eye will get enough energy, because that's the biggest problem in here, you see. They're getting all the energy because you think that is you. And the eye just doesn't have much to do anything. And maybe if you quiet it down just a little bit, or even if you can't quiet it down, you just start feeding it constantly by saying yes to all of it, and start disidentifying and so on, the eye will get enough of life's energy to wake up and look around and realize it's still there. You can start some of the other cleaning of the thing that we talked about yesterday. Okay? There are some other cleanup jobs to do, aren't there? And it could even begin the process of making sense out of the world that it's in, which you just cannot do while you're identified with the self. Everything, as I kind of pointed out over this weekend, has to be distorted to fit some existing picture of reality that you've got. And you can maybe start using the teaching to investigate some other things, even the world around you and your environment and so on. That's fine. Maybe one day, this awareness function of life that knows that it is an individual can start having a good time with life, play with that expression a bit. Stop letting it just be an expression of the same old six knot eyes and some new combination you got. You didn't even come up with it. It just sort of happened by chance, didn't it? Based on the events of your life. To be blunt, this may be the something more that makes life more than just the pursuit of happiness and building great things, and that gets kind of empty at a certain point. Why wouldn't it be empty? It's missing life. The other thing I seem to have been at great pains to point out throughout this weekend is that the lower things, when you don't add something higher to it, are empty, meaningless, yada yada. But you add something higher to it, and it transforms, and the whole thing changes. Even the lower part becomes higher. In a human being, this is the missing part, is that conscious relationship with a much higher form of life. And he's dealing with a part of the Creator that is here within this game with me. And that's what we're missing. And you can play the pursuit of happiness game and maybe actually enjoy it. And not feel like it ought to be given to you. And not feel resentful of the fact you do it by pouring it out of you instead of sucking it in. So if we kept the first 2 years, okay, good. Instead of, we got this analogy of the sun, and then of course there's the nice black holes, but I like another analogy better on this one. It's called a vampire. That's basically what we are, folks. We're vampires who run around sucking it out of everybody else. You make the blood, I don't feel like it, I'll just suck it out of you. That's a rough map. We've talked about lots and lots of details over the years. That's the rough map. Any questions or comments? Okay. I haven't a clue. I really don't. Even that, what I know of it is such a pittance compared to all there is to be to know. That truth is, I don't even know if I know much about that. But God, I don't know. All I really know is that my little experience I have with the part that I can deal with. Okay, but I don't really have a conception of the whole. I think it's probably beyond anything I can possibly conceive. I'm okay with that. If you want to ask maybe a particular question, I might be able to deal with it. But to tell you what the whole thing is, I'm sorry, I just can't do it. Yeah, I know what addiction is. Generally speaking, addictions come about when one is resisting some experience. Okay, something in life you just don't like, and you fight against it. Pretty soon you get obsessed with the whole thing, and then you find out that some substance of some kind or some activity, because it isn't always a substance, but it really is. These activities then produce internal chemicals, okay? Let you forget about it for a few moments and get some peace. And since you won't stop resisting whatever that part of life is that you can't deal with or won't deal with, I really should say, you feel you can't. You end up addicted to that substance that lets you forget for a moment. And then the great joke is, like I said, anything after you use it for too long doesn't have a very good effect anymore. So now you're stuck with this, taking this substance in, but it don't really quite work anymore, and now you're really in trouble, aren't you? But that's the gist of it, is resisting an aspect of life that you find unpleasant and have trouble dealing with, to the point that it becomes an obsession. And anything that you resist strongly, you become obsessed with. And you keep that up, and then you'll probably run into one of those various substances and let you forget the whole thing after a while. Now you're addicted. You can end the whole thing if you deal with the part of life that you found unacceptable or impossible to deal with, and just say, no, okay, I guess I can deal with that. It's not that big a deal. Sadly, I've noticed that a lot of the chemical addictions tend to come from an obsession with not liking self, hating oneself. Love God first. I know that sounds weird, but that's my recommendation. Well, like I said, I have no definition for that term. Well, certainly, one thing we can say while begging the question is whatever created all of this. Okay, I can't really say what created all of this, but I can see that there is a creator. Yeah, right. And so you notice that even in, well, not even in, but in the most successful of our methods of dealing with addiction, that's what you see very strongly, isn't it? There is a higher power. Start working with it. You need the help. You need the assistance from that. I feel the same way about love when you don't like yourself. Start working with a higher being. And love that being. I think you'll find it much easier to love yourself simply because you might notice if you got involved with that being, whether you like it or not, the being loves you. Absolutely. Do. Without any conditions or qualifications at all. And that's our problem. We can't do that. We have trouble saying, but I can't be loved if I do this. And that higher being just doesn't seem to feel that way. Even if it would prefer that you didn't do that, it'll still love you if you knew it. I recommend recommended a book to folks. I read on the plane over here. It's an old book. It's just the first time I read it, called The Great Divorce. There is one scene in there where somebody gets very upset because a fellow who used to work for them was got in heaven before them, and they were a murderer. I was devout. How could you be here before me when you murdered? Well, you were wrong about God, weren't you? He suggested that we not murder each other for pretty good reason, I think. But he didn't say, I won't love you if you make a boo-boo. This is a man who is considered to be one of the greatest mouthpieces or something, spokesman for Christianity. C.S. Lewis. I'm sure a lot of people would say, but nonetheless, that is true. And this is his point of view. Because he is one of those few Christians, I think, who actually have a little bit to do with God. We found that out. Yeah, it really is that unconditional. And that's the problem, see, with our love. It's so conditional. I've done personally a lot of things that I think would probably be hard for about anyone to love, okay? They certainly were for me. But they weren't for an higher being. And I know in this particular case that's where the ability to love self came from, was just constantly being reminded, you love me whatever I do. He, it, she, whatever, okay? And I got tired of kicking and screaming and fighting and saying, no, I'm right, I'm unlovable. I just got wore out after a while. I said, okay, I give in. You're right. I've had some people argue with me on that one. They claim that you have to love self before you can love God, but I just don't buy it. I think if you try to do it that way around, you'll probably never get to loving God at all. By the time you're through, if you manage to succeed at loving self, you'll probably be so self-involved that you won't think of God again. Unfortunately, we do tend to turn to that higher aspect of life when we feel helpless, don't we? When we're kind of like doing okay, we forget all about it. Any other questions or comments? I thought you had one.
There's a scene in
What book?
the
Ah, you read it.
there's a scene where the man has a and he's different name
Remember,
and he can't,
he's one of the few who gets in, as I recall.
yeah, he can't give it up himself, he has to, he can't, there's nothing he can do.
Right.
He has to ask for help.
Right.
When he does, the same thing that was within him is transformed.
So I remember the story. What's the point?
What I was gonna ask you is, earlier you said, number 5, I must be different, I'm a mess.
Mm-hmm.
And then later, you said, in reading the garden, realizing that you're a mess, and the idea that it was,
Yeah, except that it may sound like the same words, but it's not the same thing.
I was wondering if you meant in the same way, using that function the same
No.
way.
No. It's useless because of the way that the non-eyes can do things, okay? I can weed in the garden. They cannot. They can only add new things. They cannot remove anything. Well, no, I'll move that. Okay? I can only add new behaviors, but I never managed to actually get rid of the old ones. That's the big problem with behavior crap. See, I'll go out and I'll work really hard and I'll finally get a new way of acting, but but the old one that keep popping back up all the time. It didn't really go away. I just sort of diminish it and strengthen another. You get what I'm saying? They cannot take anything out because they actually can't put anything in. Only X does that. X made all these not eyes at the request of the real I. Only X can remove them. So they can't help. They'll just try and get you to act different, and that's it. They can't actually get you to do anything useful, okay? They'll get you to add some new behavior, but that's all. I need to clean the mess up. And the only way I can do that is to say to X, who made it in the first place, you know, when I asked you to remember that complaining gets me my way, I was wrong. It doesn't. It's a lie. In fact, it's just kind of an obnoxious way to act, walking around whining about how terrible everything is. I don't want to do it anymore. And X can get rid of the complainer, not me, or not 5, or not any of the rest of them, but X can, because it knows how it made them in the first place, and it cannot make them. So that's the thing. The not-eyes can help in the observation. They can help in the sort of practice of saying, this isn't I, this isn't me, over and over and over again. But I doubt if they'll ever get to the point only the real I can look at this whole thing and say, this is a lie. And that's what it takes to weed the garden, okay? You got to look at that plant that you always thought was the most useful, beautiful, wonderful thing that ever was, and say, what a weed. It's a piece of junk. Get it out of here. That's how we see it. We treasure 5. We hate 5 at the same time. We hate the constant harping about what's wrong with me. That part of 5 we hate, huh? The endless litany of you did this and you did that and it's wrong and and you think these thoughts and you don't really want to do this okay. But we also treasure its ability to get me to act different. I need that. How can I possibly get through life if I can't behave differently? Those who are strong on the other side, they love sticking up for rights. That's their great treasure. It's what gives them all their power in life. It's the awareness that's got to see the illusion in these so-called abilities and see the contradiction in the belief that they really are effective and call them what they are, we, as they pull it out. Which in reality is just how I made a boo-boo. I lied to you. I told you years ago that complaining would make the world a better place and then I'd be happy in it. And boy, am I wrong. All of a sudden it's making me miserable because it constantly shows me what's wrong with everything and I'm tired of it. It's an illusion. It didn't help. It made things worse. And that's the weeding process, to see the illusion in what I've always believed. Look at it a little bit better so I see the whole thing instead of just the little piece that makes it appear to work, okay? Make sense? Other questions or comments?
This person is
Yep. Human being I am. The awareness function. Huh? endless questions that behavior, function, expression. It's all the things that I do. First force seems to be that for some unknown reason, life wants to express itself. And what do you know? That is the result. Whether it be done consciously or unconsciously, it is done. Life wants to express itself quite clearly. It's so enthusiastic about the idea that it does it all over the place, huh? There's a human being, there's a bunch of plants out there, there's little creepy crawlies and big flying things. Just got this kick about self-expression.
Just about just like awareness of existence.
And you have not studied the four forces. I can see that. So as a result, you're stuck with ideas instead of experience. Resistance is not bad. That is the world's concept of it. It's not a bad thing. It's just resistance. And it is absolutely required as part of all things. There's nothing bad about it. And there are lots of ways to resist something. You do not have to resist something by beating it up and using violence and force. I can resist you just by standing here, can't I? If you want to, if I'm in a narrow enough doorway and you want to get through it, I can resist you simply by passively standing there and refusing to move, huh? Not to do anything. When you use a mold to make something, the mold doesn't fight the substance that goes into it, and it's absolutely essential that it resist its flow into a shape. All right? You're only thinking as though resistance is active resistance, and forgetting there's passive resistance as well. And that is the point that has been made many times here. You have a distorted form and result because you are active resistance to X. You say to X, whatever you want to do, I will not do it. And all those things you don't want to do, I'm going to do them. So you're active resistance to what life's initiative. You don't have to be. You could make that most powerful of statements that was given to us 2,000 years ago and say, thy will be done. And then I am no longer active resistance. I am passive resistance. I resist only because I am here by my presence rather than because I'm fighting you every step of the way. That is an entirely different form that comes from the change in that resistance. And I suspect we will see a very different fourth force, a result for expression. We might actually see an expression of life rather than an expression of violence, hatred, and death. Interesting, but it is very easy to say, thy will be done, to someone who loves completely. You honestly believe they're going to forget you when they do their will? That you won't be taken into account? Come on. But I understand why folks believe that. I've heard that from a couple ladies who've been conditioned with the old form of marriage. It basically says the man is the head of the household and you do whatever they damn well please, period. You mean nothing. And I've heard that from a few ladies. Why would I want to do that? It would be horrible. Yeah, if he doesn't love you, I suppose you're right. On the other hand, if he does, maybe he'd sort of like think about you on occasion and whatever you did together might be your idea too, because he'd actually listen. In the absence of love, saying thy will be done would be a great torment, I suspect, and I can understand why y'all don't want to do it, except you don't know who you're saying it to quite clearly. You never met him. I don't think for a second he would forget me. It's pretty easy to say thy will be done to someone who loves completely. I don't lose nothing. That is a possibility. You don't have to. There's no dogma rules here. That's just not the point. But that is a possibility. One really wants to take this to an interesting realm of things. That is a possibility one can do. Just to actually make that great statement. Thy will be done. And be passive resistance to life's initiative and see where the game goes. Teaching is like anything else. You can take it as far as you like. I've known some people who were just delighted when they learned how to play Mary Had a Little Lamb on a musical instrument, okay? They just thought that was the neatest thing. What's wrong with that? I often wonder, do they get any less joy out of their delight with Mary Had a Little Lamb than somebody does with Rachmaninoff's Third? I don't know. But you can take it as far as you want, if you like. It's probably just about as delightful every step of the way. And really, no rules, no dogma. Shoulds or oughts. That is possible. Any other questions or comments? completed phenomenon has got all four forces in it. And yet, it's an entirely different force when you pick it up to play it. And then when you just set it aside and it just sits there, it's an entirely different force now. So it changes constantly as far as what force it is. Depends on what the phenomenon is and it's involved in. Yes.
My question is presence passive resistance, is receptivity passive resistance, but I think.
I'm sorry, I'm not getting it. Say it one more time.
My question was, is presence passive resistance or is receptivity passive resistance?
Yeah, those are sort of functions. Since presence is a byproduct of something, so it's there's something that's sort of made manifest as a byproduct of something else, like the guitar's presence is the fact that it has a material form. A human being's presence is a byproduct of how much energy they're dealing with and how they deal with that energy. So that can then become perhaps part of four forces. If you need human presence, then that's going to be part of the form, isn't it? If you're a performer or something, or a preacher, or a speaker or something, then you need a certain amount of presence just to get the job done. And that thing that's a byproduct of something else, so in this little game, when you're playing it, becomes part of the form, the way that it makes the expression even, the result even possible. Yeah, it's very, you just can't do that, just look at the thing and say which force is that. You have to look at what you're talking about. Any other questions, comments? You know the answer to that question, don't you? I mean, it's kind of a pretty obvious secular question. Of course it can.
Any permanent way, because every time I've tried, it works with this.
Permanent way. No, I don't think there's anything about diet that's permanent. It's something you're going to do repeatedly for the rest of your life. How could you have a permanent? That doesn't make sense. I got to eat and I got to eat and I got to eat again. I don't eat once permanently.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, if doing the work will change
You know, you said diet.
Yes, but I'm saying, can diet be part of doing the work at all, or is it or not?
I don't know if it's part of doing the work necessarily. It's part of maintaining the body. Perhaps the reason why you're having problems is because you're making the same mistake the authorities make. You want one simple answer that you can just do and do and do and do and do and do and do. And you don't want to take into account the fact that life changes and the diet that is proper for yesterday may not be right for today, and you got to pay some attention. That's what it goes. That's what authorities want to do. But even they have to say, you know, they can't like tell you to eat the same thing every day. They have to give you groups of things to eat. You pick them because you can't do that. Just can't do that. You'd see a much greater change in energy level if you would get out of fear. Duh. And much of your difficulties with the body are because you're living in fear, including the increased weight that you've been putting on. all means, of course, eat properly. It'd be nice to stop being afraid. Any other questions or comments? Unfortunately, you value the fear because you don't call it fear. You call it being wise and smart and prudent. So you sit around constantly imagining all the terrible things that can happen later so you can prevent them. You think you're being smart. But that's just fear. That's all fear is. It's just sitting in imaginary future catastrophes as if they were real. So you don't call it fear, you call it smart.